Shut up and sit down.
Bing.
Absolute fucking wanker, Fox. How could you say that?
Well, it's not my fault. I didn't have my eyes open.
Hey.
Well, dude, Colin said don't put it in.
I had super glue on my fingers. I couldn't feel anything, could I?
Evening, folks. You can tell whose channel this is on because kill my monetisation. Yeah. Yeah. Cheers for that. That's right. I'll get you back Sunday. Anyway, evening, folks. Colin here, Festa 67's workshop and model making guru.
Hello, everybody.
And in the background, that dulcet tone of sigh. Sigh.
The voice from the heavens.
Like and subscribe because he's going to need it now after we've just lost his monetization.
Yeah, that was instant. That's all right. That's all right.
I didn't do any swearing. I didn't lose anybody anything.
Right.
It's all Simon's fault.
Normal Friday shenanigans. It's, deprived Festa of his funds.
It's all Simon's fault.
Anyway, folks, we've got Candygram for Mongo in, saying hello, Festa Foxx, and a big hello to everyone in chat.
Hi, Jeff.
Model Maker Dave's in. Have you gone to sleep yet, Dave?
Hello, Dave.
Wendy Hickson's in, says, huge hugs, everyone. Hope you're all keeping well. Big hugs back, Wendy.
Big hugs, Wendy.
Doing all right, my darling. Jeff saying hello to Dave there. Fox is in. Goodly evening, trumps, ladies and gentle sperms. There you go. And Wendy's going, now, children, behave. No. Yeah, I know. We're about 6.5 going on 7 at the moment.
Yeah, it's quite nice in chat there.
Absolutely. Retro Rabbit's in. I declare shenanigans. Absolutely.
Shenanigans have been declared.
Edward Leonard's in. Evening, Colin Fox, Cy, and everyone in chat. Hugs. So, hello, mate. How you doing?
There's your squishy.
Absolutely. James from Retro Rabbit's in. Hello, mate. How you doing? Happy days. So, yeah. Friday Frolic time with us doing our bit on the Warhammers.
Yes, or whatever takes our fancy.
First things first, I suppose better get it out of the way before I get told off. If you'd like to support this channel, you can do so on patreon.com/Festa67's workshop, or click the join button below this or any of my other content. You can also support Fox over on patreon.com/modelmakingguru. If you want to get our attention, you can do an @Festa67's workshop, an @modelmakingguru, or an @Cy Reynolds. Or if you want to get your name in a super big squishy box and a bit of air guitar, you can do a super chat, folks. And it's all gratefully received and it helps support me channel.
Did you just do pimpage?
Voluntary pimpage there. Was you impressed?
I'm very proud of you. You grow up so fast.
Because
you grow up so fast.
I'm proud, but I am aware that you only did it to avoid naggery.
I did it under duress.
However,
we're not quite at the stage where you're doing it of your own volition without fear of naggery.
Oh, no.
However,
absolutely.
I do have an extenuating circumstance to add to that.
What's that, mate?
It doesn't matter that you did it from naggery because it's not the first reason to be proud of you this week.
No,
take it in context.
I also did pimpage on the social medias as well for tonight's stream, voluntary.
No, I'll put that one in there as well. But then there's a third thing. The third thing is that yesterday, Colin did send me a little comment on Facebook Messenger, responding to a comment from 2 weeks before, which means at some point he had in fact scrolled up.
Yeah. I know.
Because the one thing Colin can't do is if I ask Colin a question in his Facebook chat and then 3 other people type something, it's gone. He's never going to see it.
No.
So I was very proud that he sent me an answer saying whatever the answer was to the question was, and I'm like, brilliant. That was 2 weeks ago, but thanks.
Yeah. By the same token, even if you message Fox, even if you message Cole,
yeah,
and no one else has typed in that chat because it's just between you two. there is no guarantee you're going to get a reply regardless.
No, that's true. I mean, I
So-
must admit, when I put something, there's been times when I've put me and Colin have got our own little private Facebook Messenger chat, and there's also the one with me, Colin, and Simon, and there's also one with me and all the mods from the Boom Hut, including Colin and everybody else. And there's been times when I had to put something in all three just to make sure Colin at some point sees it.
I am that bad.
He's going to see one of them at least.
And when he gets really bad, he sends the message to me mobile. It's like, dude, go into your messenger and scroll up.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right,
But
mate.
we haven't reached the point yet of Fox trying to forward me a message to forward it to Colin on different channels as well.
Yeah.
It's
So
coming.
he's got the message like 6 or 7 times, and then
Yeah.
I'll text
The
Colin.
thing is, I never have my phone volume on. It's always in stealth mode. The light on the back of it flashes when it gets a message or rings. But of course, I tend to just bung it in the drawer and forget about it. And of course, by the time I pick it up and look at it, there's like 111 to 12 messages. I'm like, oh, what's all this lot?
I know. I'll set the phone so it's purely a visual signal, and then I'll put it somewhere I can't possibly see it.
Yeah, I know.
This is why texting you is the best option, because you've got
yeah.
your watch on your wrist.
That's it. Me watch vibrates, see, because it's always on your wrist.
right.
Yeah.
That's why I texted you last week when
Yeah.
I couldn't find the link for the Frolic. 'cause I
Yeah,
was like,
because my
if
phone.
I know you'll get it.
Yeah, that's where my phone is. And it's face up when the actual light that flashes is there. It's like,
On the
yeah.
back.
Wait, so if I send you a text, it'll ping up on you? I didn't realise you had a smartwatch.
Yeah, got an iWatch, mate. Yeah,
Ooh.
comes up on there, mate.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Like you can test it now, Fox.
He
and
wants
I
you'll
already
see it
have.
light
That's
up
what
in a
I
minute.
already have. That's what I was asking.
Yeah.
I was hoping it would pop up. There you go.
So you saw it?
Does it actually say what I typed though?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there it is. Balls.
Balls. Balls. It's balls, isn't it?
Yeah.
Wait, Cole, did you just take it off to type a reply?
Yeah, because I can't see. I can't see it unless it's.
But would it not
Is
be
that
easier?
like sending a fax to tell someone you've sent them an email?
Yeah, but it's yeah.
Hello,
I
Mum
could
Farts.
very easily have just pressed the microphone bit, but I have a cover on it as well, see, that I take off
By the
before I
same
can say
token,
it.
though, you could have just read it on the watch and then grabbed your phone out of the drawer to reply in a much easier fashion. But you do you, bro. You do you.
Mate, at least I acknowledged. Well, I haven't acknowledged it yet because you're mocking me, but I shall do.
No. If I mock you long enough, you'll actually forget why I'm mocking you and never reply. So
Yeah, there is that.
yeah,
Well, no, if you mock him enough, he'll have 3 more texts and he'll forget to scroll up to check the original one anyway.
that's
So.
that's true.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the best way of getting hold of me, mate, because it comes up on me watch.
Yeah.
It just gives it the. Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know, I should take the watch off just to read it again. Didn't occur to me that I could just move my arm right close to my face. But
face arm, your arm face.
yeah, Joel's in. Joel Grit. Hello, he says to
Joel.
everyone in chat. Hello,
Hey,
Joel.
dude.
How you doing, mate? And Muse is in. Let's get
Yeah,
the,
you need to do typing.
let's get the keyboard of typiness.
Apparently, you get hugs from Muse, but I don't get anything.
Yeah, well,
I don't even exist, me.
Oh,
apparently.
same. I didn't even get a hello from you.
No. Excuse
So-
me. I mean, yeah, but my name's in the title, but I don't get anything.
Lamekins, are we not feeling love?
I'm always feeling loved.
Oh, mate. Oh, dude. So anyway, how have you been? How's Mum? What have you been up to? I've seen photos of the tank popping up left, right and centre.
Yes. This week I have been actually getting Mr. Finger out of Mr. Arse and doing some work. I have been doing some bits and bobs on the Macarius Vanquisher. The tank is pretty much finished now.
Oh, is it? Have you got it there?
Yeah, I can get it out of the cabinet. Hang on.
Oh, sorry, mate. I didn't realise it was put away because you can show your wares full screen, mate.
That's right, because I put it in the cabinet so it's not getting dusty.
I did think to myself, Jesus Christ, you must be at the bench a lot this week because your Patreon's actually getting updated regularly.
I know.
Yeah.
It's because I'm spamming it with photo giraffes. Look at
I,
that.
I got a hello. You still haven't, no fun.
Oh, God damn it. So, yes, this is pretty much done now. So and nobody cares about me. I finished the tank itself. This is now pretty much done.
Look at that.
I did put graphite on the tracks to make them look like they've got shiny, clean bits, and it totally didn't work. So I've just dry brushed a bit of silver on there. So yeah, never mind. So that is pretty much done. I've still got to paint the dudes yet.
Yeah. Have you done chuggy tank noises around the bench yet?
Well, I've sat there going. Bzzz, bzzz.
That's good enough. I'm impressed, mate.
Yeah, and because if you're going to do chuggy tank noises, you really need to do the sort of squeaky.
Yeah, exactly.
Or the World War II war film type tanks where you hear a little tiny diesel engine and the big squeaky wheel sound.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I put some barbed wire on the front there to got a bit squished.
He's
There's
good.
only one issue with the Forge World headlights. In the way you've painted them, that it literally kind of looks like the tank's got cartoony eyes.
Yeah, I know.
Which is kind of cool.
Yeah, I like them. They're nice.
But at least it's cartoony eyes where they make sense and not on the flipping windscreen.
I was just about to say,
Pixar.
I thought you would have done them on the windscreen because that's the correct way of doing them, isn't it?
Yeah, windscreen denied. I did find to my amusement though, while I was doing this, that I think on Thursday or Friday, Thursday or Wednesday, I did some Tamiya buff spraying around the sides and stuff and underneath just to sort of, dirty it up. And I went a bit too far and the front bit just looked like sandy colour. I was like, I'm really sad now because I've ruined all the good. But I found that a day later, if I got some cotton buds and some enamel thinners and just rubbed, it actually rubbed the Tamiya paint off.
Oh, nice.
Because it was only a dusty coating, so I hadn't varnished it.
Scale Model Muse is saying hi, Si.
Yeah, me said hi to me.
Jason Martin is saying evening all. Hello, Jason. How you doing,
Hello,
mate?
Jason.
Hope you're all
I've
right.
got to ask, Jason, are you originally from Southend-on-Sea?
Put this back in the cabinet. Bye-bye now.
Because if you are, that's very strange.
Yeah. JC Bricks and Builds, evening. Colin Fox, Si, and all in chat. Hello, James. Marcus Brun is in. Evening, Colin and Fox, and all in chat.
Marcus.
Hello, Marcus. Hope you're doing all right, buddy. Hope you're feeling a bit better, mate, because you have been a bit poorly unwell. And big hugs extended, mate, in a manly, huggy kind of way.
Don't be unwell. Being unwell sucks.
Yeah. Absolutely. What
Yes,
have you been up to this week, Si, by the way, mate?
Not very much, to be honest.
You're going to put in full screen so we can show us.
Yeah, I see what he did there.
I mean, I could turn my camera on, but F you.
But you don't want to put pants on, do you?
No. I did, no. Plus, the missus is behind me in bed, so I can't turn it on.
Yeah.
If I wanted to.
No, that's all right, mate. That's all right, mate. But no, I was just interested what you've been up to, mate.
I have been doing little bits and bobs on the war bus on Squid
All right.
Hammer.
Yeah.
Doing a bit of work here and there, chilling.
Yeah. And you've been doing well with your weight loss as well, mate. Ain't you?
Yeah,
So
I've not
well
done
done,
bad
mate.
weight loss. Lost a couple of pounds here and there.
Still a couple of pounds, mate. So well done, mate. Proud of you.
Oh,
Goodly.
Absolutely. We're mightily proud. We're proud of you, Zoe.
I'm filling up. Oh, they grow up so fast.
Really proud of you.
Yeah, it's almost as proud as when Colin scrolled up.
I know. It's the way he sent me a message going, so he said they grow up so well. He said, well done, I'm proud of you for scrolling up.
Although it was 2 weeks ago I asked you that question, wasn't it?
Yeah, and that was the thing. He said, it was 2 weeks ago. Yeah, I know, but I'm getting there. It's little baby steps.
Hello, Mama Fox.
Hello, Mum, my darling. How are you?
hello, Mama Fox.
Bless her.
Oh, I've got schmutzy glasses. Oh, I've had a right banging head all day today. I don't know why.
Yeah, it could be the atmospherics, mate.
Yeah, a bit muggy, isn't it?
Edward Leonard's got question of the night. He says, has Si had a poo?
Yeah, I've had several poops. I gave birth earlier this week. I've had a runny poop as well.
Oh, no.
But that's all cleared up now.
Explosive decompression.
For those of you who might be familiar, I'm now back at a solid 4 on the Bristol stool chart.
Hold up a minute. There's a chart.
I'm not getting involved in that one.
Don't make me share my screen. So
No.
within the NHS, if you're ever in hospital and they are monitoring your bowel movements, there is a chart, and it's called the Bristol Stool Chart.
Oh my
God.
God.
I never want to go to hospital ever.
So number one on the chart is like when you're shitting BBs.
Yeah.
Like you could bend over and be a BB gun.
What, rabbit poop?
Yeah. Like really solid, hard pellets.
Yeah, Rocky balls, yeah.
Yeah, and number 7 is when it could get mistaken for Nesquik.
Oh, no. Andy Preston's in, says, hi, Colin and Fox, as his Doggosaurus. Hello, mate.
Nice handbrake corner there, Cole.
You like that, didn't you? That was...
So you're meant to
90 degrees.
sit around a 3, a 4, or a 5.
Cracks
In
me up.
essence. So a 4, which is like chef's kiss perfect poop, is soft enough that if you were deranged enough to...
Are we still talking about this?
Yeah. Then
It's not my show, so there's nothing I can do.
You know?
Oh, of course there is. Of course there is. I just think it's brilliant. It's the fact that there's a chart. I can imagine this chart is on someone's wall somewhere, and it's like...
Oh, dude, this chart will be on a wall in every single ward across the UK. And, well, I'm assuming it's a fairly standardised chart.
Yeah.
It might not be called the Bristol Stool Chart all over the world, but that's a good question for chat. For those of you not in England, is the poop chart called the Bristol Stool Chart in other parts of the world?
Oh, dear. Just when I think I've lowered the tone on the shows, it's like,
Hey,
yeah, there's always room.
You asked me if there was a chart. So
No, not at all. I didn't know, mate. Not at all, mate. It's... At the end of the day, mate, I'm impressed that there is one.
See, I'm a princess, so I don't even poop.
Right, so I'm now looking at the chart.
I'm
I'm going to give you the official definition of how your poop should be.
Oh, please don't.
No, it's
Please, could you not?
I mean, it's not graphic. It's like a smooth sausage or snake.
I can see
do you remember when you used to be able to keep your viewers?
Yeah, I can see my subscriptions going down. Oh, mate.
See, I know when you get old, you're supposed to start talking about your bowel movements, but I didn't think that applied to like this kind of age.
That is fascinating.
Poop's important. You can tell a lot from you. Like, you giggle, but like pooping is important. It's like as important as sleep.
Can I just show something? I need to show this. Hang on.
It's how quiet Fox has gone. I've been finding this fascinating.
Well, I need to show this because do you see this little component on this sprue? Where is it? That little component on that sprue.
Yeah.
What, the dynamite?
No, that there.
Yeah.
Right.
That's my face right now going, ah!
Yeah, but why? Why is everyone like
The bobbins is I don't need to know this.
yeah, but you do. Like your poop can tell you a lot about you. Your poop can help you diagnose if you've got cancer. So really, your poop is actually quite important, and lots more people should pay attention to their poop.
Mental note: never ever invite Si to any kind of social function ever.
Oh, mate, could you imagine it? His ideal job would be a toilet steward, wouldn't it? You know.
If we do, we'll have to make sure there's an enormous potted plant in the corner. He can be the one that stands by the potted plant.
This is not my fault. This is Edward's fault. Edward first of all asked me if I'd had a poop, and then Colin asked me to describe the chart.
Yeah.
So yeah, you know.
Edward was ceremoniously thrown straight under that bus there.
Yeah.
Oy, oy, oy.
Now I'm just basically trying to get you guys to look after your health more.
Yeah, that was a public the service announcement there for, the Friday Frolics poop steward.
Yeah, exactly. You know, copies of the Bristol Stool Chart are available in the 24/7 chat. Yeah, you can get access to that by becoming a member. If you still want to.
I can't believe you've just done that. Really? You got to get 10 points for that, I think.
Oh, I like the segue there.
Yeah. It was pretty good, right?
Oh dear,
Oh, burpage, excuse me.
that was good. Bless you.
So, Colin,
Yes.
handbrake turn. What the hell have you been up to, for the love of God? Talk to us for about 20 minutes about it.
I've been.
Put yourself full screen, dear. Put yourself full screen. There you go.
Yeah, 2 seconds,
Sure.
mate. I'm just cleaning my brush because
Oh, I always ask you at the wrong time.
I don't want
Show you working to the class.
the brush to dry
Now,
out.
Colin, whilst you're cleaning your brush, have you had a poo this week?
Yeah.
All right, stop there. I was kidding. Just
No.
cease and desist.
No. Yeah. What have I
Moving
been up?
swiftly on.
What have I been up to this week? You've seen me Torino. That's finished. Oh yeah, I've been painting the E-models bike.
Ooh.
Oh, the
Any models bike, any models bike,
Yeah,
any
I'll
models
just
bike.
get the bits out.
Suzuki.
Yeah, the
Get your bits
Suzuki.
E-models bike.
It's just in the cupboard of goodness to my left there. I'll move my camera in a sec. Yeah, I've been doing a bit of spray paintery on the various components of the Suzuki. So loads of bits. I've got to do the blue on the fairings and that now, so I've got to mask that off. Done the frame, engine and bits and pieces. Been filming this throughout the week. Just going to voice it over.
That's currently a silver, right?
Yeah, that's sparkling silver at the moment.
Yeah, and then you've got the
I've got the blue to go
blue
over the top of
and
it.
then the decals.
Yes, yeah.
Nice.
So, yeah, that's what I've been up to this week on the bike. I'm also starting the Foos truck. Nothing to really show on that because I've not even cut anything off the sprues yet.
Well, I'm just going to interrupt you for a moment, Cole, because Muse is helping to promote the 24/7 by saying, yes, join us in the 24/7, where you'll see everyone but Fox at some point.
Yes.
Completely accurate.
Yes, but you know what? Absence makes the heart grow fonder.
And also this week I've given this a coat of satin varnish because I will probably be doing a bit of streaking at some point this evening. And I've been prototyping a resin heater for my 3D resin printer. So I've tested out the plastic prototype. It's now had a new case printed in resin. So yeah.
Cool.
So that's what I've been up to, playing with stuff. Also, I've been admiring my little spider pig that Dan Kramer sent me because I do
Spider
think
pig?
So yeah,
Can we just clarify, Cole, that you'll be applying streaking grime to the model, not actually streaking and in person?
well, you know, at the end of the day, you know, if I get enough super... No. I'm just applying streaking grimes.
We don't even
also-
know if he's wearing pants now. Never mind.
Just
any
as a
other time.
side note, Fox, have you been applying any varnishes or anything this week?
Yeah.
Yes, I applied wait, what?
He doesn't remember.
Yeah.
Don't remember the gag from last week, do you?
No.
I'm
see,
still full screen, and I do.
I'm not awake at the moment. There was no. I applied a varnish to the model when I applied a varnish to it, with applying.
Yeah. Retro Rabbit says the 24/7 where I hang out and don't say anything, mostly because of ADHD and anxiety about speaking. At the end of the day, Retro, the 24/7 is your home. You feel comfortable to speak as and when you choose, mate. You can do what you like in there, mate. You don't have to be the centre of attention, but also don't have any anxiety about speaking because at the end of the day, you're a welcome, fully fledged member of it, mate. So feel free to contribute as and when you're comfortable to do so.
Yeah, you don't ever have to say anything.
No, that's it. The hangout's there for you. You know, you can sit up and just see your mates at the bench. It's whatever you want to do, you know. It's
Exactly.
As Muse pointed out, dude, just by showing up, you do more than Fox does. So
La 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 la.
Was that one of your la 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 I can't hear you, Fox?
I don't know. La la la. I can't hear you.
You
What?
says, yeah, you do talk some. Yeah, we've spoke with you, James. You're all right, mate. Don't beat yourself up, buddy.
I don't go in there very often, but that's because when I do go in there, it makes it more special.
Oh, God, look at it. Isn't it, eh?
It's quality, not quantity.
Oh, God, it
That's the
tilts out
trick.
of its posterior at times, doesn't it?
I do no such thing. I deny all the things.
Yeah. That,
Now, I would like to point out that I'm not sure where talking would come in the Bristol stool chart. So if you are talking out of your ass, I can't help you out with that.
I don't think that'd be on the chart anywhere. That might be a bit
Well,
of an emergency, that one.
Yeah, it could
If that
be.
was the situation.
Who knows?
I don't think you need a chart to tell you there's something wrong if there's words coming out. Yeah, I need to get it back to poop somehow. Shut up about poop. Oh,
I know, isn't it? It's terrible.
The only reason I keep going back to it is because I can tell it's making you that uncomfortable.
It's not making me uncomfortable. It's just like, "Ah."
Well, no, that means it's making you uncomfortable. It's like you sound like when kids are watching TV with their parents, and suddenly there's like a boob on screen, and the kids are like,
Yeah.
No, it doesn't bother me at all. I'm just thinking of the poor viewers being subjected to poop talk.
But it's just poop. It's completely natural topic. What's wrong with talking about poop? Well, there you go. You don't know.
It's not my monetisation.
Well, that went as soon as we went live.
But
Yeah, that was also Simon's fault.
why
I'll have you know.
why would talking about health through the natural topic of pooping, why would that stop
I don't know.
monetization?
Maybe there's special channels about things about pooping, and you just get. I don't know. Maybe they'd be like, "Oh, it's one of them channels. Quick, put it in the dark place."
Right.
If you mention cups, I'm gone.
Cup?
Yeah.
Old joke.
Oh, okay.
You're not that young, surely.
Well, I couldn't tell if you were trying to talk about menstrual cups or not.
Okay.
I'm stepping away now.
Yeah, I thought that would get you.
I don't even know what that is.
Well, one
No, I don't want to know.
no, I'm not going to tell you, but one day it will intrigue you enough that you'll Google it.
He's going to Google it. I can see it now.
I can pretty much guarantee you that I will never ever be intrigued enough to find out any more than I already know, which is nothing.
But why? What's wrong with knowledge?
Knowledge is good, but I want to know things about sea creatures and space and physics.
Oh, God.
That's my kind of knowledge. Oops, what's that? Is that?
Okay.
I'm out of practice. I can't tell what's a
The
nub and
squirm
what's moulded.
factor is palpable, isn't it?
It's high, isn't it?
Squirm. Did you know today there is a worm moon? Talking of squirm.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
It just means it's a full moon at this time of year, but in American Indian tradition, it's called a worm moon.
Oh, right.
I did notice when I was out this evening that the moon was it appeared to be very, very low. It
Yes.
looked awesome over Ipswich.
Yeah, it was like
Yeah.
very close, wasn't it? Even though it isn't any closer, it just seemed it. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's known as a worm moon,
Oh, there you go.
which is good because it's got the word worm in it. I
You
like
get to say worm.
worms. Worms.
Must resist the urge.
Worms are brilliant.
Worms. Yeah,
Wor-
well, I could quite easily bring that back.
No.
Oh, getting back to your chart again, isn't it?
You tried to bait me with it as well, Cole. I know exactly what you just did.
Was it that transparent?
Yeah.
What?
Damn, note to self, must try harder.
I don't know.
Oh dear. So anyway, folks, what's in the belly? What's on the bench? There's probably nothing in your bellies now.
Yeah. Yeah. Or if there wasn't, there won't be later on.
What's your plans for the weekend? And
You sound like me barber. Anything planned for the weekend, sir?
anything for the weekend, sir?
It's a while since I've done building.
What are you building for?
I'm still going through my Orc Commandos.
Commando.
Oh, nice.
Which are you building currently?
I'm currently building the...
Have you finished the comms guy?
Which was the comms guy?
The guy that you were trying to work out if the wire that comes across his body.
Oh yeah, that one.
Was going to be annoying. Yeah,
That
yeah,
one?
that dude. Yeah.
No, that it went together. It went together at the time. You clearly weren't paying attention at the time. Yes, it went together brilliantly. It fitted perfectly.
Well, if you recall last week, I had my microphone at the bench, so without a monitor watching the stream in front of me. So, you know,
That's right. Yeah.
Last week, when I was participating in modelling as well, instead of doing this volunteer work. But I do
participation
so well.
I like what you did there, Si.
Yeah.
I like how you emphasised volunteer work there.
Yeah, exactly.
What am I doing? Oh yeah, so I'm doing the Commando Burner Boy. Well, I'm gonna see how the arms go together, and if it sucks, I'll do him as a regular boy.
Hugh Gordon's in. Evening, Colin and Foxy Loxy. He says, "Hello, Hugh. How you doing, mate? Good to see you in."
Because I did give up on the Breacher Boy.
Yeah. Dorkosaurus says, "Oh, tomorrow he's going to be changing the chain and sprocket on the motorcycle, doing an oil change and a new air filter." Good man.
Ooh.
But the sprocularity, eh?
Yes. Yeah, the Breacher Boy turned into just a bloke because I just got bored with trying to get the arms to line up.
Fair enough.
I was like, yeah, screw that. Trying to get the arm fill up and the little handle for the breech thing. No, I was like, nah, I can't be bothered.
Yeah.
This is nonsense. I will not do this.
Well, I did one thing I did do this week actually that I got aggravated at because it was giving me trouble.
Yeah.
Was I wanted to have a little lake / pond on one edge of Squighammer's base.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So I've been farting around with bases for a day or so.
Oh right.
Because I can do the pond easily with UV resin.
Yeah.
But obviously, I needed to make a recess on the base, if you will.
Yeah, you need something to put the pond in.
Yeah. So initially, I built one base up with milliput and determined that it would have just stood too high on the base and it would have been odd. So then I had to cut a section of the base out.
Yeah.
And kind of line the new floor with plastic card just for that portion of the river, if you will.
So did you cut a hole in the base and then put a... So you gave
I
filled the base basically.
Yeah, I filled the base with plastic card to create the riverbed, but then I still built up a little bit with milliput to give me the depth. So that took a while because it was several stages of milliput, so I had to do what I needed to do with milliput, then wait for it to cure enough to go in again with more milliput. So it just took a bit longer than I wish it had.
Yeah, it's all worth it though.
It is. It looks pretty cool. So
nothing happens quickly, well, apart from quick things, obviously.
Well, nothing happens quickly in terms of milliput. I'll say that much.
Nothing happens quickly in terms of you building stuff either.
But that's not true.
It is. You always take your great time. You take more time than me.
Well, I just don't get as much time at the bench as you.
No, you're the man that happily says you'll take a week to do a backpack. So you like to take your time with things.
I'll happily take a week to do a backpack, but overall that backpack will still only take me like a couple of hours, a couple or 3 hours, which yes is probably still 3 or 4 times as long as anyone else, yourself.
But
is that because you do like?
Go on.
I was going to say that because you do like 5 minutes and then just get too sweary and then you have to go and leave it for a bit because you hate backpacks.
I'll do a little bit, and then generally, if I come to a corner, I always run a little bit of extra thin down into that corner, just to make sure that any line that would be any mold line that would sit in that corner is gone. Because obviously with the sanding sponge, they never quite get right into the corner.
No.
So I'll clean up. I'll clean the whole thing, then run Tamiya extra thin into any recesses and corners that I need to. Then I'll put it down for a few hours and start cleaning a different bit. Then I tend to clean an entire model with a blade, and then I'll sand the entire model with 400. Then 600, then 1,000.
Wow, I don't know any of that.
I used to fart around and clean one piece start to finish. So one piece, knife, then the different grits of sandpaper. But that took even longer than just cleaning an entire model, than doing all of the sanding in various stages.
That's the standard you build to, mate. So for you, that's perfectly normal, isn't it? To us, it sounds, oh my God. But if that's the competition standard that you're used to, then you're going to build to that standard, aren't you?
That's just the order of things, isn't it?
That's just how you build, mate. Nothing wrong with that.
Normally, like for a unit of boys, I might only go up to 600. But like Squig Hammer, I'm going all the way up to 1,200, just because I want him to be like perfect.
Yeah.
Because if he's going to be the mascot for essentially my channel when I get that started, then you want him to.
Yeah, you want it
be as good as it can be.
Yeah.
In essence. Oops. But I have I have filmed all of the making of the base.
Oh, good man.
This is good.
Because,
like that.
Well, I thought for one, it would be a good thing to test the cam. Like, I recorded it in 4K on my phone. Basically. 4K 60 FPS, no less. Well, I say that, and I think I missed the very end of it because it ate my entire SD card.
Oh, really?
Which is great. Like it was, because I just set the camera on it and was just going. I didn't stop it when I'd done a step, etc. But anyway,
it's the downside of single takes. You're like, oh crap! I ran out of memory 3 hours ago. Oh.
Yeah. Well, I don't know how much of it I've missed because I haven't pulled it off the phone yet. But I just thought it would be a good way to test the boom arm, the phone for recording, and just to see where I am in terms of is it possible to do it in this studio flat? Because obviously I'm very close to painting Squig Hammer, and it would be cool if I could film bits and bobs of it.
Yeah.
But if it turns out that I just have to paint him as the channel mascot and then start the channel when I'm in my new space, whenever that is, in a few months, then that's that.
Yeah. At the end of the day, you want your channel to be right. Now, if that means you've got to hang off a little bit, then fine, because at the end of the day, you know, you work to a certain standard, so why sacrifice that? It's going to drive you nuts if you do. You know, you'll instantly regret it.
Yeah, your quality of work is not the kind of my first tank build, like and subscribe kind of a video subject, really, is it? It's not. You're a bit beyond that, I think.
Well, there is one channel that I found quite recently that is doing stuff to the same kind of standard that I intend to do it to.
Yeah.
In terms of quality, and he's got like 4K subscribers after a couple of months, which is quite scary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think he streams on Twitch as well, so I think a lot of his subscribers have come
Twitch
from
based, yeah.
Yeah, probably.
But still,
I don't understand Twitch.
It's relatively not nice to see that that level of content potentially has people that will watch it. But why don't you understand Twitch? I'm intrigued.
Because I tried something on there once, and it was like, I don't understand anything that's happening in chat or what bits are or any of this, and I was like, you know what, I'll just stick to YouTube where I'm monetized. And I was also like, right, let's do this. Right, okay, you can stream to Twitch, fantastic, and if you get this many viewers a month per stream, you can have some money. Okay, but you have to keep doing that. Oh no, let's not bother then.
Fair enough.
Because it's like you have to reach a certain minimum viewership and then maintain it to get monetized. I'm like, no, because I might do a stream where I get 3 people, and then I might do a stream where I get 1,000. So no. Also, I think it's for the young people, because I didn't understand half the things that were going on in the chat. I'm like, it's like all things happening in chat I didn't understand, and I don't know. Also, it was kind of crap in those days. At that point, it was kind of really crappy quality as well. I think it's a bit better now, but still, I'm too old for that nonsense. I don't need bits and things.
That there, folks, was Fox Logic.
Yeah, I'm too old for that shit.
Sounded a bit like a wibble about Twitch, to be honest.
It did. No. It did sound a bit wibblish.
It was more of wibble of I'm too old to understand what the hell was going on. It was like,
back in my day.
It's like
DNA.
But it was literally a case of on YouTube. It's like, when you get this many subscribers, you can monetize all your video content. Brilliant. On Twitch, it's like, you can monetize video content if you do this and if you do that and if you get this many and if you meet this criteria and if you do that and if you have to keep going and if you do that every month. I'm like, what?
Yeah, but that's to keep you on their platform, isn't it? That's what they're trying to do.
If they just said you make money on every stream whether you get 1 viewer or 1,000 viewers, then you'd keep you on their platform, I would have thought. But by saying you have to get this many views for every video and then you have to do that each month, I'm like...
Yes, don't be like Fox, folks.
Yeah, it was absolute rubbish. It's like, just let me stream to your thing and pay me money, that's all I want.
So, we've got a bench and belly.
Ooh.
Only one from what I can make out, though.
Oh, nice.
So, Joel Grit has got a Goodfellas deep pan baked deliciously cheesy pizza.
Oh, nice.
In the belly. That's not on the bench, just to clarify.
Mm-hmm.
And then on the bench is a Tamiya 1/24 Nissan Skyline GTR Nismo.
Oh, nice.
Nismo.
Very cool. Now,
I have to be honest,
I want to talk about kits, actually, because I see so many people in different modelling groups moaning. They're like, oh, I'm building this crappy Revel kit or this crappy Airfix kit.
Yeah.
I wish it was a super shiny Tamiya. And it's just like...
Why didn't you buy a Tamiya?
Yeah, first of all, why didn't you buy a Tamiya? Second of all...
Hello and welcome to what people have known for the last 10 years.
Like, well, not even that, but just... Hello, welcome to a little bit of a challenge in terms of modelling. I'm sorry that you're actually too lazy to learn how to properly model. And thirdly, if it's a bad kit for you, then why did you buy it?
Yeah.
It's like...
yeah. I'd heard this was really rough, but I bought it anyway. It's like, well...
Yeah.
Simple modelling skills seems to have died now. Everyone wants shake and bake kits.
Yeah, it's like... People... constantly moan in modelling groups about cleanup.
Yeah.
I know cleanup isn't everyone's favourite thing in the world, but if you hate it that much that every single kit that you do, you're like, finally through the cleanup stage, I hate it so much, then why do you do the hobby? Why? Because that is half of the hobby?
Yeah.
in terms of when you think about it, like generally, cleanup is you could see it as one half of the hobby, and it's like I was having a conversation with someone the other day who tried to get into 40k,
Yeah.
but couldn't because they came from a more traditional modeling background,
Yeah.
for lack of a better word, and they were like, "Oh, there's so many mold lines," and I'm just like, "Yeah, but it's just kind of part and parcel with the scale, frankly."
There's no more mould lines on these things than there are on any other kind of model. It's just normal levels of mould lines.
Well, no, but it's more. I think with GW stuff, it's more that mold lines impact the model more. Like to me, if someone is doing an aircraft or a car or a tank, like the mold lines there, they're still the same amount, but they're spread over a much larger kit.
Yeah.
So they just don't impact the kit as much. But yeah, I don't know. There's so many Tamiya fanboys. There's Bandai fanboys. I just enjoy models.
Yeah.
At the end of the day.
See, I will rail against like Revell and stuff, but not because I'm afraid of a kit that requires some effort. You know, I have no problem with a kit that requires some skill and effort to make. That's, you know, that's part of the hobby. Well, the reason I rail against Revell is because a lot of the issues I've had with Revell is not down to you need to get good. It's down to this is just shoddy manufacturing, which is in today's day and age is just not accept. There was somebody in the Boom Book that posted a picture up of a car they built, and they were saying they didn't, and it was a Revell car kit, and it was like they said in the picture you can see the bonnet. He said the bonnet doesn't close because the bonnet doesn't fit properly over the engine. Well, that should never have got into manufacture. That should have been fixed before it went to manufacturing.
Yeah.
So I'll rail against Revell, but only for things that not for making, you know, not for requiring you to have some skill, but for the shoddy manufacturing they do, things like that shouldn't have been things that should have got. It's more like they have a disdain for the model. They just say, yeah, well, we don't care. Pile it high, sell it cheap, and you'll fix it in. That's what I rail against. I don't mind a kit that requires some effort, because that's where you get things like wooden ship kits and paper and wood aircraft kits. You've got to have some skills, but. Yeah, no. For me, it's when you get manufacturers that just pile it high, sell it cheap, and really don't care. And there's unforgivable. And it's also I hate all the Star Wars crap they put out because they've got the license and they're just putting out rubbish. So there you go.
Yeah, you see, I get that, but also, let's take a car bonnet that isn't closing because the engine sits too high in its bay. That's not a hard fix.
No, it's not. No, it's not a hard fix, but it's something that shouldn't have got to the manufacturing stage. It should have been spotted.
So yes, I agree with that. I agree that there are manufacturers that seem to not care as much about the quality of their engineering. That goes without saying. But if you're aware that a company is one of those said companies that is generally
shonky,
and the kits they put out are of lesser quality, why buy it and then post all over social media like you're surprised that
I agree with that. I mean, you know,
that's like, what are you doing, man?
Yeah, I mean, I would never go online and bitch about a Revell kit that I bought because I'd be like, well, I kind of knew it was going to be.
You kind of know what you're buying, don't you? I mean,
but the reason I rail on Revell specifically is not like, it's not because I don't like their kits, and it's not because the kits are rubbish, whatever. It's because they do occasionally do good kits, and So we know they can do good things. Like the U-boat I built was a really nice kit, apart from the really crappy surface details and some of the bits.
Yeah.
It was the hull was brilliant. The hull was beautifully moulded, went together like a dream, no problem at all, perfect. So they can do good stuff. It's just that for 99% of the time, they just shovel out crap. It's a bit like you remember when the Nintendo Wii first came out, and there were like 20 actual decent games made for it, and then there were like a billion real crappy shovelware rubbish that Ubisoft pumped out, and all the companies just shoveled out this crap for it. It's like that. So we know they can do good kits. Revell have done good stuff in the past, and they do good releases. It's just they tend to there's so much dross that they put out that's. In this day and age, to me, it's stuff that should have got past. It shouldn't have got past testing. They should have said, "Yeah, we need to adjust that because that bonnet doesn't fit. The engine's too big for the chassis on the engine doesn't fit, and the bonnet doesn't show up. Well, let's just fix that before we release it."
Yeah, but it's like I've had people before. Oh, this is the scabbiest kit in the hobby, so I'll go out and buy one because I like the challenge. If I've had a good run on Tamiya builds, I like to grab hold of a notoriously shonky Revell, I don't know, space shuttle or something, because you kind of know what you're going to be getting. You kind of know what you're up against. And for me, it keeps you level. It keeps you honing your skills and working with stuff, because that's the hobby, surely. I mean,
true, but on the other end of the scale, go on.
I started with Airfix, which was, find the model in amongst the flash, but that's what we was used to. But I think if you overly sanitize it, aren't you taking some of the skill away?
I would say no. I'd say two things. First of all, no, because you can still have super complicated. You can still make kits that are exceptionally complex. But you can do that by making the actual build process more complicated, not by making it so you have to fix the errors of the manufacturing. Yeah. Like, you could just introduce more complicated things for the builders to do. So you've got the more skilled builder. But the main point I make, the main point that I think it's a problem, is if we were all just the same skill level, then you say, okay, well, you always have good products and bad products. That's why you have Ferraris and Ladas.
Yeah,
you're never going to expect Lada to be as good as let's say a Ferrari or something. But at the same time, you can't ignore the fact that Revell are the cheap and cheerful kits in the hobby store that the kids pick up.
Absolutely.
But then the kid picks up this kit that isn't going to go well together without you or me doing some fettling and filling, and they're going to build it and think, I'm rubbish because I can't get this thing to work. It doesn't go together very well. I've obviously done it wrong. I'm rubbish.
Yeah, but we went through that and we've come out of it.
Well, we went through it because that's all there was in those days.
Yeah, but
what you're saying is, though, it's like, you can get the kit and it's like, well, we have to use some skills to get the fuselage to fit together. It's like, okay, well, that makes sense for us adult builders, but for younger builders,
yeah, but that
might be something that puts them off.
This is where we all have different opinions about building. I mean, that for you is a problem, whereas for me, I see it as part of it because that's the challenge. That's what you're trying to do. It don't take away from the enjoyment. There are people out there, it drives them nuts. Me personally, I see that as, well, it could have been better, but it isn't. This is what I've got, and I'll make it look as good as I can. And that, for me, is half my satisfaction.
Yeah, I think, I agree with that. I mean, that's there's nothing, you're absolutely right in what you're saying, but that's from the viewpoint of somebody who's got those skills.
Yeah, but I had to learn them skills by building them kits. I think if you take that away, aren't you then over-sanitised? I mean, a lot of folks in the chat are more or less, yeah, that's what it is. It's part of the game, isn't it? Don't get me wrong. I respect your opinion, but also, we've got different opinions on that as well, and that's what makes this hobby.
Yeah,
fun.
I agree in many ways, and you've got valid points. To me, it just seems, knowing that Revell can do good kits, it's more of just frustration that they just put out. They tend to put out such a lot of dross. When they could take a kit and make it 1,000 times better without dumbing it down. They could still make it challenging, but just make it so the bits actually fit.
But then you've got
It's more
the scale. You've got the HK or whatever Lancasters that are about 300-400 quid. Why is it then when you buy these kits, you've got to shell out another 100 or so quid on detail up that really should be in there anyway? So you've got that different argument as well, haven't you?
Well, I mean, that's probably just purely down to.
You know,
I'm sure they could have put that in there, but they'd have to charge an extra 200 or 300 quid, so they're just trying to keep it affordable.
It's like the Titanic, that was put out. There's a lot that's wrong with that kit.
Yeah.
That
made no sense. That's the funny thing with that Titanic. Because the trumpeter went on about how they did lots of research with the historical societies and stuff to get it as accurate as possible. And yet it was still there was loads of problems with it.
Absolutely.
But I'm pretty sure they went through exactly the same process when they did the big U-boat. And they said, we've been through all these historical societies. And then when they released it, everybody said, yeah, that's wrong and this isn't wrong. So that seems to be more like why can't you just get it right?
I got hooked on Nigel's modelling bench, the channel, because he had that big Titanic kit. And being an engineer, he identified so many issues. And honestly, the guy sliced the hull of that ship up into so many bits and modified it. But when you saw the finished result, you got it. Now, a lot of people critiqued him and said, oh, that's a bit anal. But that's what he wants. That's how he likes his
to make
kits
it accurate.
look, because he's an engineer. So,
What's wrong with making it accurate?
So I get what you say where some kits have got faults, but at that price range, I can understand why people get the ump. But bread and butter kits, I think if you sanitise that, you're taking away that father teaching his son how to get around them bits, how to, well, what you need to do there, son, is you need to and you're teaching them that skill and passing it on.
To be honest, like the ease of Tamiya kits, for example, they kind of bore me.
Yeah, that's why I throw a Revell build in on a regular basis site to bring me back down to earth, mate.
Yeah, it's like I open a Tamiya box and within three hours I've got a model ready for paint, and I'm just like, I've spent 20 quid on this.
Yeah.
Like, where's my week's worth of work?
Yeah, I mean, prime example is me and Dave with that Panda Digger. Now, I've come off the back of doing probably half a dozen or so Revell Tamiya bikes. But, I could throw in the air and they'd come down glued together. The key on that is the paint, the decals, But you throw that Panda Digger in where the instructions might as well be written in hieroglyphics. And it's got its challenges like pins don't fit the holes and panels don't fit. For me, that just brings me back down to earth with a bang and lets you get your teeth back into a, dare I say it, a little build. You know what I mean? That sort of thing,
No, I can understand that. I mean, don't forget, from my point of view, because I hate the building process anyway, I have no interest in in that kind of thing. So for me, it's like, I'm one of those people that if I'm getting a kit, I don't expect it to be the best thing ever, but I don't expect bits to fit and at least go together reasonably well. I'm not saying I don't want to be filling in. You're always going to fill gaps in, but
of course you
that's
are.
It's the nature of plastic injection moulding, is you're going to get some warpage and shrinkage. But I think when it's just down to poor design, that's like, why did I? Yeah. So, but then again, that's why. But I agree with what you're saying. I wouldn't go and buy a Revell kit and then bitch about it, knowing it's going to be a Revell kit that I'm going to bitch about. I just wouldn't buy the Revell kit. So the original point is, yes, you know what Revell kits are like, so don't bitch about them.
Absolutely.
You know what's going to happen going in.
The world and its dog all hate on Revell, and yet I've built quite a few of their kits, and some of them have been damn decent little kits at the end of the day.
Some of the new ones, even some of the car ones. In fact, one of the kits that I saw someone moaning about was a Revell kit. It was one of the Fast and the Furious cars that they've recently done.
Yeah.
And they were moaning about that kit, and I've built that kit.
Is that the Paul Walker car?
Yeah, it was the Eclipse.
Yeah.
Was it the Eclipse?
Yeah. I think I know the post. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm just like, bro.
I mean,
it's not actually a bad kit. And I don't know. I guess everyone's interpretation is different.
Yeah.
Of a kit. I'm just going to say as well, Hugh, you seem to really have your knickers in a twist. If you want me to just ban you from the chat now for like 5 or 10 minutes so you can go and chill out instead of trying to attack one of the people that are just having a discussion between themselves that you're listening to. I'll quite happily do that, buddy, but there's no reason to tell Fox to shut up and then grow up and then asking him where he started in caps, because I'll just kick you. I don't care. So chill, dude.
Yeah, we're just having a discussion. It's not anything to get stressed about.
Chill.
People have different opinions about things. That's how it works.
The hobby's about opinions at the end of the day. We've all got different opinions, you know. Fox has got a different opinion to me, you know. I'm not going to throw you out to the wolves, you know. So let's try and keep it friendly, peeps.
Yeah. It's like, you know, I may disagree about something that Colin, me and Colin might disagree about something, but I'm not saying my opinion's any better than his or his is any better than mine. We just got different opinions.
We always disagree. That's what makes this work. You know, we're
it's like,
two total ends of the spectrum. You know,
it's like I said before. Colin's a builder. He likes doing that stuff. So what he thinks is great and loves, I hate because I don't like that part of the hobby. So
absolutely, you're the opposite. You're a painter.
Yeah.
You know, whereas I like the scratch building, adding bits, fettling, and then once it's done and primed and I've got a base on, I start immediately losing interest in the build because I've built it.
Which is a bad thing to say when you've got that enormous great Baneblade sat on that shelf.
Oh no, but you know what I mean. I mean, it's the in joke with us two that I've got, you know, a cupboard full of kits that I've started to paint, but none of the paint jobs are finished because I don't ever like finishing a model. It may sound really weird. I've got a 1/24th Huey over there I built 18 months ago. It's still not finished because there's always something I could do to it just to make it better. And whereas you're, like I say, I can see your Bane blades and things you paint, and I'm like, I'd love to be able to do that. But I haven't always got the patience to do it. Whereas I can sit and scratch build something and fettle with it for hours to get it to fit. Because that's what I really enjoy doing.
But I'm like the complete opposite, because I can look at your insane blade and think, I haven't got the patience to do all that or skill to all that building, but I've got the patience to sit and paint it. So we're like the complete opposite.
But that's, you know, I'm not saying I'm a better builder than you, and you're not saying I'm a better painter than you. We've all got our good things. Yeah. You know, I get where you're coming from, Hugh. He says he's not attacking anyone. Everyone starts somewhere. He said constantly slating Ravel is just not fair. No, I don't think it's a deliberate thing there, Geese. I mean, I had a one-man Ravel campaign on my channel about 2 years ago where I was going out and buying all the Ravel kits that people hated and building them. So,
I mean, the important thing to keep in mind is, of course, that if someone's expressing an opinion, that's never something that is wrong.
Absolutely. Candygram for Mongos donated a $2 super chat.
Ooh,
get yourself a bit of air guitar there, Jeff. Thank you very much, mate. It's massively appreciated, buddy.
So if someone expresses an opinion on something, you can't tell them they're wrong because it's their opinion.
Absolutely.
And people have different opinions.
There was a very weird occurrence just now, just to briefly change the subject. As Colin, as you said about Jeff's super chat, I just received £2 into my bank account from eBay at the exact moment. So it was very obscure.
Oh, bless. But no, this is where I always say I love this hobby, because I love all the different opinions and discussions, because for me, I find it quite exhilarating because, you know, there's a lot of folks like me that like to scratch build, that like to and faff around, whereas others are straight out the box builders. That's the path they want to walk. Like yourself and Si, you've got expert painters. I don't paint to that level. I know I don't. That's why I try to get as much into a build as I possibly can to make it unique, because for me the skill's in the building, because I haven't got the painting skills on scale models. So
I mean, no, I rag on Ravel kits, but that doesn't mean to say I'm saying that anyone who likes Ravel kits is wrong. I'm more than happy to say I can't stand Ravel kits because they don't give me what I want, but I know there's people out there that enjoy them. So they're obviously getting something from it that I'm not. So they're not wrong. I'm not wrong.
I love the openness of debate. That's what makes this an interesting hobby, you know, because like I say, not everyone wants to, like, it's like competitions. I don't enter competitions, and a few of you have said, oh, you should go into a competition, you'd do well. But it's not my thing. I don't, you know what I mean? It's not what I do it for. Whereas that's not me having a go at people that do enter competitions. If that's what makes them happy, good luck to them. Wayne Model Works has put a $5 super chat in. He says, I can't let Jeff have all the fun. Can't remember when I've heard the word poop so many times. That's worth a $5.
Poop.
Thank you so much, Wayne, and thank you for your prayers, mate. Wayne will know what I mean.
I have elements of you, Cole, but I also have elements of you, Fox.
Yes.
I quite often, well, in fact, I very rarely, at least with Games Workshop bits and bobs, and even cars actually, I very rarely build out of the box. I will often, if it's like a car, I'll change up the rims.
Yeah.
I'll change up the exhaust.
Yeah.
Or something along those lines.
Something as simple, Si, as adding a set of plug leads.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, that sort of thing. You know, that for me, I get a buzz out of that. You know, there's detail that should be there. Something that's the one that, well, I've got one bugbear with car kits, right? And this is going to sound really anal, but being that we're on the subject of things that annoy us, I can't stand on a car kit the floating alternator. Sounds really trivial, right? But you have the fan belt, you've got the alternator on there attached to the fan belt. When you put it on the car, there's nothing securing the alternator to the engine block. Now, when you go out and look at your car, there's a bracket. And it's just one of them things that drives me nuts. Floating alternators, why? If they can mould the fan belt, mould a little bracket. So I end up scratch building them every time I do a car build. I make a little alternator bracket. But,
and it takes minutes, but it adds that satisfaction.
Yeah, I mean, it's trivial, I know, but yeah.
But we enjoy that kind of stuff, whereas Fox hates it.
Yeah.
Whereas I'm very fortunate to have the painting ability that I have. But I'm doubly as fortunate to have a degree of talent. I'm going to say a degree because I'm not as talented as yourself when it comes to scratch building by a long way.
Oh, you sell yourself short then. But yeah.
Well, I have a semblance of scratch building that I believe is somewhere between Fox, i.e. adding greebles and stuff like that, because
tiny bits of plastic card is about as far as I can take it.
Yeah, but that is scratch building. Adding greeblies is scratch building.
I will admit, I do enjoy it when it's like adding little squares and bits and bob. I can do that. That's like, fun.
And then I sit somewhere between that and Insane Blade. But sometimes, Fox, by the same token, there is nothing more satisfying than hyper detailing.
Yeah.
That can be one of the most satisfying parts of scratch building because it brings it all together.
Yeah, just me putting little tiny little. The thing with me is it's like I did it on that Macarius Vanquisher. It's just I had to cover up some little gaps in the resin, so I just got a couple of little squares of plastic card and some little blocks that I made and just put them on as little details, and it's like it hides a gap and blends into the detail. I'm like, yay, that's me. That's grown up modification for me as far as I'm concerned.
Andy McClish is rather annoyed and upset. He says he's tried to print twice tonight and the base layer stuck to the FET film twice and the whole print failed. He says he may have been a tit and left the resin in the vat for 48 hours. Right, get yourself some Costa Coffee stirrers. Give your resin a stir before you use it. Next time you empty your vat out, get yourself some Rain-X, mate. Rub it over your FET film and the base of your print bed and also between your LCD screen. Let it go off dry and that will stop the print sticking to your FET. And could you send me your email address and I'll send you over my printer settings? I did PM them to you, mate, but I don't think you're on Facebook anymore.
Job done.
Yeah.
I don't understand
Or
anything about.
you could join the channel and I'll post it in the 24/7 Hangout chat. Ka-ching.
I see what he did there. I see what he did there.
Nice.
God, that was good, wasn't it? God,
That was the best one you've ever
Yeah,
done.
I like the way he did that.
Yeah, I just got to grip the bench. I can't believe that. I went into Cyan Fox mode there, didn't I?
That
I know,
was
you-
smooth.
Have you got a bridge for sale as well?
Oh, mate.
I'll buy that
Absolutely.
1998 Oldsmobile. I'm gonna have to get you a big 10-gallon hat so you can do, and a big a brown 1970s sport jacket with massive great check squares on it, so you can be a proper car salesman.
Absolutely.
Honest Col, used cars.
Yeah, slick Tony.
Oh, right, I must go and put the mother to bed. I shall be back in 10, 15
no
minutes.
worries, mate.
Right,
No
yeah.
worries. I'm just looking to see whether I've got my email address on the description of the stream. If not, I'll put it in the chat. There it is.
It is in the description though,
Is
near
it?
the bottom. Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah, I just couldn't bloody see it, mate. I'm blind. There you go, Andy. Bat an email there, mate, and I'll fire them over to you, mate.
Jeff asked if that's Festa Industries branded homemade Rain-X.
No, that's the legitimate stuff. However, Jeff, there may be a work in progress. I have got my own filament print bed. You know, the ultra bases for the filament printers. I've got my own stuff that I paint on that to make it get its stickiness back. That's pretty impressive. That's a Festa's fluid. Yeah. Okay, Andy, I'll sort that out now, mate. I'll open up my emails and we'll get that sorted for you, mate. Okay, no worries. I've got the email, mate, so we'll sort that out for you. Let's find it. Down, 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 down. That one. Apologies for my silence there, folks. It's just, yeah, multitasking and me. Yeah, works well, doesn't it, Si?
I'm trying to read at the same time, and again,
No, you carry on,
multitasking
mate.
doesn't do well. So, for the uneducated, for those of us that aren't that in the know in terms of 3D printing, what is Rain-X? I'm assuming it's some kind of lubricant for
Yeah,
the...
it's a glass lubricant from the car industry, mate.
Oh, okay.
You apply it to the windscreen of your car and the rain basically beads on the film it creates and skims off your windscreen. It doesn't adhere to your windscreen, so you could technically drive a car without your wipers on.
Intriguing.
Yeah, it just puts
But
like
I'm
it's like a Teflon coating for clear windscreens, but for the 3D printing, it stops the resin on the FET sticking to the FET film. Is the best way.
Yeah, intriguing.
Yeah,
And I recall what a FET film is because you
Yeah,
told me the other week.
yeah. Basically, where you've got your LCD screen, sometimes what happens is the FET film can create a vacuum and stick to it.
Yeah.
So, of course, when your print head lifts up, it's not lifting the resin because the resin can't pop from the FET film. It creates a vacuum. So all you're doing is by putting a Rain-X on, is you're allowing basically what is a drum skin to oscillate. So as the print head goes to pick the resin that's just been photographed up off the print bed, it releases under the tension of the FET film. If it hasn't got that coating on it, it can basically stick to the FET film, and all you do is you print a sandwich about that thick.
Yeah, yeah.
And
And then obviously you
print
need to
fails.
replace your FET film
Yeah.
and your print fails, so you've wasted resin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, Andy, that email is sent, mate. Have a play with them settings. I can't remember what printer you're using, mate. If you could refresh me memory. because I am a man of that age. I'm a bit old and a bit craggy, and yeah, I've forgotten what printer you got, mate. But that's what works for me anyway.
He's forgotten what he had for dinner, let alone what printer you use, Andy. So let him know in chat.
Oh, Dan Kramer, he says, I'm open to heat. Yeah, I've built one. Look at that. Oh, dun, 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 dun. One vat heater. Yeah, get in.
He's using a Mars 2 Pro, Cole.
Mars 2 Pro, yeah, them settings should work, mate. And it's basically your bottom layer exposure times, mate. Have a look at the settings there, type them in, but also don't forget your environment could be different to mine. I'm lucky, I'm in quite a warm environment because I've got me boiler in here. Next to me resin printer, I've got me curing station. Then I've got me main computer server opposite it, my system next to me, and a tropical fish tank. So it does get a bit warm.
To give Andy an idea, what's the ambient temperature in your cave?
Ambient temperatures is about 68 degrees, there or thereabouts. So what's that, 23, 24?
About that.
Yeah. You know, I've got a fan on now and the window open because it's warm, you know. But in the winter, that's why I've printed that, because it's the temperature within the printer enclosure that you're keen on. And this is where something like this might help him out. You basically program a minimum and a maximum temperature in the range, because resin is got its sweet spot, like anything. I think it's between 25 and 35 degrees, there or thereabouts, where its best operating range is. So what this does is, this is a little car heater. And what happens is it'll kick in when it drops to its lowest temperature, because there's a little heat sensor there. It'll then warm up. The fan blows the warmer air around the enclosure, and it keeps your resin vat and your resin at that sweet spot temperature. It could be as simple as something as a draft affecting it.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know where his printer is.
Well, he's just said it's in his living room. So
Dan says to Cole, just use imperial temp. Yeah, I use both, mate. We're in the UK. We do centigrade and Fahrenheit, and we do,
His temps are likely to vary between 15 and 20 degrees.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
So it's definitely going to be cooler than yours.
Yeah. It's looking like temperature there, mate. What I'll do, Andy, is I'll send you all the details over for this little gadget here, and see what you think. And it could be something as simple as installing something like this in the printer. Might help you out, mate. But yeah. But when you look at the side of your resin bottle, it will give you the parameters that the resin operates between. So it might be that you're a bit chilled there, mate. But give it a try. Give them settings a play. Punch them in. If you create yourself a new profile, I'd just call it test settings or whatever. Have that as your printer profile. Them settings I've sent you, if you key all of them in and do yourself a couple of little test blocks, anything, just something small and simple. I don't know, it could be something as simple as a cylinder. You know, and you can get these little XYZ blocks that you can print, and it gives you your Z axis, your Y axis and that. And it's basically what we call a benchy. And it lets you test the settings of your printer without wasting huge amounts of resin on an extravagant print job. If you need, go on.
So it's a bit like a test sheet when you install a new cartridge in your printer.
Yeah. A benchy would be something as simple as your Elegoo Rook that comes on your USB when you first buy your printer. That's what they would class as their test bench. And as you can see, you've got writing, you've got DNA helix, you've got stairs, you've got writing on the top. So anything and everything that you need to test, even boring a hole through a piece, is on that test print. So all you got to do, mate, is play with them settings, Andy. Print yourself a Rook and see how it comes out, mate. And it'll get there. I think I sent these settings over to Jeff at Candygram for Mongo because he was having some issues, and I think it was a good base for him to start messing with his printer. So they can be a pain in the arse. Don't despair though, Andy. It will come good, mate.
They do. From everything I've ever heard, from yourself, from other people, they're a pain in the arse until you've got them dialed in, and once you've got them dialed in, they are like,
oh yeah,
chef's
I've got a prime example. I've got the Mad Max figure just here that I've been doing. He says trying to move all these crap out the way. You know, now that's been trial and error. But, you know, that's come straight off the Elegoo Mars. Let's add no sanding. You know, and that's good enough. I'm happy with that. You know, you can see the fur on the dog. He's got male parts under there. But, yeah.
Obviously, it's been cleaned and cured, but apart from that, you've done no...
I've done no sanding. No, I've done no modelling on that. All I've done is I've glued his arms on, his body to the legs, and glued him onto his platform and given him a very, very thin wash of black primer.
Yeah.
And that's only just to seal it, you know, and then that will sit there now until I fall in love with it, which then gives me where I want to go with the paint job. Something else that came straight off the Mars was the Elf Archer. You know? And that's even got the stitching on her clothing and the braiding on her hair. You know, the lines on the arrowheads. And that's them settings that I've just sent you, Andy. So, yeah, you'll get a good print out of it, mate. But I only ever use Elegoo standard grey resin. I don't go for the fancy resins, the translucents or anything. I just use bog standard Elegoo grey resin that gives me a nice grey finish. Because it's pretty much primer.
I get the feeling that obviously if you swap materials, it's going to be very much like receiving or building kits from different manufacturers.
Yeah, Hugh says that in there. Yeah, so-called. Yeah.
Well, it's like what we were discussing earlier.
Yeah.
Games Workshop's plastic is very different to Tamiya's.
Yes.
Which is very different to Ravel's, which is very different to Aoshima's.
And Bandai,
So I guess as soon as you change that material, it's more than likely going to require different settings.
Absolutely. I mean, I made a conscious decision when I first got my printer that I didn't want what I would class as too much faff. Now, the only time I empty my resin vat is when I'm changing FEP film. The rest of the time, it's always got resin in it. And this is box standard Elegoo grey resin. It's all I use. One resin. That way, I'm not having to keep doing resin changes, clear the vat out, wasting resin by, you know, throwing soiled cloths away and things like that. I just have the one type of resin. That's it. And I have a lid that I printed for me printer, a bit like Fox's black mat there. Sits on top of me resin vat when the printer's not used. And then before I go to use the printer, I'll either use my Costa coffee stirrers or I'll stick the Badger paint mixer in and I just agitate, stir up the resin.
To clarify for everyone in chat, in case they missed it on screen, Cole, that's the Elegoo Mars ABS-like grey.
Oh yeah, it's on my website in my Amazon store. See what I did there, Si?
Yeah, there you go. I did, yeah.
But yeah, there you go. ABS-like photopolymer resin in grey. And when you buy it from Amazon, just check your end of life date. You know, because sometimes they will send out older stock. You know. And that's pretty much all I use because I don't have to change it. I don't have to keep pouring out grey resin just because I want to print with transparent. Because what you're going to do, you're going to paint the figure anyway. So what are you going to do? You're going to paint it in grey primer. It's like...
Yeah, I obviously transparent resins have
Oh yeah, if
uses.
you're doing windows and things like that, then fine.
If you're doing canopies and stuff, but if you're not,
no.
If you're printing something that you're going to paint, do you need like a super duper whiz bang?
No. You know, if I was
pink resin with fucking polka dots,
like I did with the Insane Blade, I printed a dozen dudes in grey resin, and I could sit there, I'll just give them a quick coat of primer, job done. So yeah, you know, it's whatever you want to do, but I find because I stick to one brand of resin, because I know what it's capable of, I'm happy with it. It does what I want it to. Retro Rabbit says he started with grey, but he's black resin seems to print smoother for some reason. Mate, that's what works for you, James. Good luck to you, mate. I tried black resin and it didn't float me boat, mate. Again, that's different opinions, isn't it?
Whoa, black resin. Sorry, copyright.
I just like using me grey. It does what it says on the tin. It's like when I first got a filament printer. I was going out and buying reels of all different colour filaments, and I sat here painting them all one night, and I'm like, why have I got 12 different coloured reels of filament when I'm painting them all with grey primer? So that was it. I just went for a bog standard grey filament. Bosh, that's it. And it's the same with me resin.
Mm.
Did you miss me?
Didn't even notice you was gone, mate, be honest with you.
Yeah, you see, when I get a 3D printer eventually...
you'll notice now.
I probably will get a filament and I'll probably get a resin. But for the kind of thing that I will use the filament for, which will be brackets, storage boxes, that kind of crap. Excuse me, one sec. I'm not going to want a fucking blue bracket on one shelf, a red bracket on another shelf, a yellow bracket on... I'm just black.
That's why I painted all my bench stuff Warhammer. Because I had some that was grey filament, some that was green filament, you know, and it's like... I'm really getting fed up with looking at this Joseph and his Technicolor storage system. Let's just paint it all and,
10 years from now, we'll have like half this stuff will be Bad Moons, half will be like Death Skulls, half will be Flash Kits.
Well, obviously, different colour filaments. There's
filament.
There's a channel that I watch on YouTube called X Robots.
Yeah.
It's ran by a game called James Bruton.
Yeah.
Who he's really into his robotics. That's the name of the channel.
Yeah.
And he prints stuff in all different colours, but he'll print everything that's to do with the drivetrain in one colour.
Yeah, totally understand that.
Yeah, and it's like, that's a visual cue.
Yeah.
But I think most people, or a lot of people anyway, a lot of people that use a filament printer to print useful things, like brackets, and just general stuff to improve their day-to-day life, you know, they don't really need more than one colour. I understand the people that they still print models and stuff in filament, and that's print those in whatever colour you want. Print anything in whatever colour you want. But I don't know. I think uniform colour for most things that I'll print will probably...
I mean, if you specifically are doing something where you want a two-tone effect, then you're going to do it in different colour filaments. Andy McClish has put in a £2 super chat saying, cheers, Cole. Not a problem, Andy. My pleasure, mate. That's what we're here for, mate, to help each other out. It's not a problem.
There's only one thing I will ever need a colour changing filament for.
Yeah.
And that is to print Fox's world's biggest cock trophy.
Yeah.
And it's going to have to be one of those heat colour changing.
That's going to be some filament printer you need to print that then.
Yeah,
because that's going to be one hell of a big cock that you need to print.
I was going to say make it life size, so you know, big tall printer.
It will be worth it, Cole. It'll be worth it.
Oh, bless him.
I can say, Simon, that the Flamer Boy, you can attach the arms and have the weapon removable.
Okay. Thank you, Fox.
You
for
you
using
do
my
end up
full
with
name.
a bit. You do end up with a seam or a gap on his oven mitt, where his knuckles are. There'll be no way to fill that in, unfortunately. But
Okay, model making guru. Thank you for filling me in.
I saw what
No,
you've done there.
I thought you wanted me to update you about these things. So
Yeah, but I don't need you to call me Simon like my fucking.
did I
name.
call you Simon? I didn't
Yeah.
even think. I didn't even realise I said that.
You literally picked it up and went, Simon, the burner boy, and I'm just like, I'm sorry, Nan. What has happened?
Yeah, you thought you was in the trouble, didn't you?
Oh, it's Sunday. I'm getting told off again. No.
Oh, but I made me bed.
What have I missed? Did I miss anything?
Not a lot. We was
I
just
know.
killing time till he got back.
Was it all 3D printer talk that I don't understand?
Oh, yeah, it was a little bit, mate.
Cool.
Just helping Andy out with some settings.
Right.
No,
I have no
Andy. So I'm printing. I want to print Fox a world's biggest cock trophy, but the thing is, if I print him a phallic object, he won't be able to unbox it on a YouTube video. So I'm just
Yeah.
going to print him a massive cock, as in a bird,
Yes.
because then he will have no choice but to
And
unbox it on YouTube.
as someone who counts Woody Allen's The Sleeper as one of his all-time favourite movies, that is a good little reference. If you've not seen The Sleeper, you won't get it, but one of my favourite lines in that film is, "That's a big chicken."
Huh.
If you've not seen The Sleeper, you need to go and watch it.
I am not failing at my chat job at all, Paul. At
How many comments have you read tonight so far?
I've read comments that have.
How many comments have you read? I have read comments.
I've read comments that have been important.
I feel
Yeah.
another Simon coming on here, didn't you?
A lot of the time, model making guru, people are just chatting to each other, not
That's all right.
to us. So I read out the important ones, like Panzer joining the chat and saying, "Hi, Festa hugs," or "Hi, Psy hugs,"
Hello,
or "Hi,
Panzer.
Fox, you're still a butthole," because that's exactly what Panzer has typed.
Wait, what? 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 I suspect none of that at all. I suspect some of that may not be accurate.
Oh,
Well,
love it.
I cannot agree or disagree.
I
Oh,
call
love it.
shenanigans. I think there was some paraphrasing going on there.
Oh, brilliant.
Well, I didn't want to get
Simon
done for plagiarism.
Arbuthnot
He called you an
Reynolds.
arsehole, but I changed it to butthole because
Oh, bless him.
I didn't want to get done for plagiarism. You see,
He's going to end up with a complex now, isn't
A complex what?
he?
Nothing I ever do is complex. So I didn't miss
See-
anything then. See, I did listen in while Mama Fox went to the loo before she went to bed. I listened in for a few minutes and you were talking about 3D printer settings and stuff, and I was sitting there thinking, this is why I'll never get a 3D printer.
Yeah,
Because
to
I
be
am
fair-
I am the least technical person. If I get something and it doesn't just plug in and work, I take it back to the shop and get stressed out and panic, and I hate it. So I will never get a 3D printer until you can just plug it in, press the
Yeah,
button, and it
but I
goes.
mean, once you play with your settings, it's like anything. Everyone's environment is different.
Yeah, I know.
And once you've got it dialed in, that's it. You don't have to faff with it anymore.
But that's the thing, is it's the dialing in bit. If I set something up and then I have to go on the internet and read through forums and stuff, and I'm like, I'm instantly like, I'm putting it back in the box. It's going back to the shop.
Yeah, but that's
Yeah,
why
so-
they give you test prints on a USB stick so that you can
Carl-
play with the settings.
Nah.
what I need to point out to you, Col, is remember what you recently sent Fox in the post. That nearly went back in the box because he couldn't work out how to hold a wash open, let
Yeah.
alone a 3D printer. So, but no, in essence, you were AFK for a period of time where you would have sat there thinking, I have no idea what they're talking about, and I'm very confused anyway. So you didn't miss anything.
Okay, cool.
Apart
It's the
from a £2 super chat from Andy McLeish.
Ooh.
Thank you, Colin, for his.
I mean, I will admit the whole thing of 3D printing. If I could afford a resin printer and I had somewhere to put one, it does really tempt me, because the idea of being able to print my own stuff is like, oh, that'd be awesome. I can print things. Did somebody just come into the hangout?
Hmm.
Did I just hear a ping? Did somebody just join us?
No.
Oh,
No.
okay. Yeah, it really does. it fascinates me to sit there thinking, oh, I could just print this, that, or the other, or even because I used to do it when I was younger, I could even design things because I used to do 3D modelling when I was a much younger shaver of a lad. But I know what I'm like. Like, I know what I'm like with gadgets and tech where you have to set things up. I mean, I spent 4 days trying to jailbreak my PS Vita.
Oh, no.
Which is supposed to be a fairly straightforward process.
Yes. No, I used to
Well, it's
jailbreak my
not
iPhones, yeah.
Well, it's not completely. It's like you hack it, you break it, and you can then uninstall all these things so it can emulate all the other games and stuff.
Absolutely, yeah.
Because I've got this PS Vita and I've got 3 games for it, and I'll just jailbreak it, then I can get all the Nintendo games. And in the end, I got it done, but it was 4 days of swearing and reading forums. And if there's one thing I hate in life, it's having to trawl through a forum for the one bit of information you need.
Yeah.
I hate that. So, yeah, no. I mean, I'm still surprised that I managed to figure out how to play Elite Dangerous, to be perfectly
What
honest.
frightens me is the thought of you handling 3D printer resin. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you ever have to set up a printer in the 1990s, Fox?
Yeah.
God, how did you do
How
it?
did you manage? Because I remember, I remember. In fact, stuff the printer.
Flatbed scanners.
When I was young, back when the dinosaurs were still.
When I was a lad, it were gradely.
I got and now hold your phones because this. Sorry, hold your hats because this is gonna blow your socks off. I got a 16-inch CRT TV for my bedroom
Good
Oh.
man.
when I was about 13.
Whoa.
But it had internet connectivity.
Wait, what, really? What, in the...
Yeah.
Mind you, this wasn't in like 5 or 6 years ago, so...
No, this was probably 20 years ago.
Yeah.
I was around 14 or 15. Obviously, it needed an Ethernet cable. Obviously, it took 10 minutes to load a web page.
Oh, yeah. Smart, not that smart.
But it took me so long to set it up. It was painful.
Do you know what my first bedroom TV was? Well, my second one was a small Sony Trinitron with a screen about I don't know, a foot square. It was colour. And it had. I used to plug my original PlayStation into that. But before that, I had a little tiny black and white TV which had a screen probably smaller than this iPad screen. And it was all grey plastic. It was black and white, and it had a tuning dial on the front that looked like the air vent on a 55 Chevy.
Yeah,
that
I
kind
know
of
the
like,
ones, yeah.
like all the silver trim with the rocket bits, and it was like a 1968 black and white TV, little tiny with aerials and everything. And I used to plug my little Pong machine into that and play that. I remember that little Trinitron playing Halo on that back in the day. Little tiny TV. I finished a dude.
And dude, I've just seen something very cool, which I will send people on Messenger.
Oh God, is it Forge World? Don't tell me it's Forge World.
No, it's not. It's in relation to a delivery of ambulances to somewhere in the world.
Oh, right. Is this the current hot topic one?
No, I don't think so. It's just that the UK has just delivered a bunch of ambulances and assigned teams of volunteer paramedics to them. Places not in the UK. We'll just say that.
Yeah, which leads me to think, I thought they said no boots on the ground.
That's armed forces there.
These are volunteers, though.
Yeah.
But anyway, I like cheese.
Yeah.
Let's
Volunteers that are sniper trained.
Let's talk about cheese, Colin.
You like cheese, do you?
Cheese, if you please.
Yeah.
Cheese, if you please.
Finished the dude.
I know, I
What
heard you say it
dude
the first time.
I know. I was
What
just.
dude is next?
Well, I've got to I've got to tape that to his base. Next will be either
We're so proud of you.
a boy with a stubbity gun and a blade, or a boy with a big, massive 3-barreled machine gun that requires arm coordination. So we'll see which one is. I don't know yet. First, I need to tape this thing to the bottom of his base so I won't lose it.
Yeah, we're proud of you, mate. We are proud of you.
I've got a banging head. Hate it when you get these headaches that you can't shake for days and they won't go away.
Down with something. Eye strain, perhaps. You have been doing
Feebleness, probably.
You have been doing a lot at the bench, haven't you? So
Yeah, it could be old man eye strain. It could just be general feebleness, I suppose.
My favourite cheese, Andy McLeish, is a cheese called
Butt cheese.
No, it's called Sumner.
We know you. We know your secret. You like butt cheese. Admit it.
Outrageous.
I worry about you.
Si Reynolds likes
This is
butt
outrageous.
cheese.
No, my favourite cheese is a cheese called
Head cheese.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
They say don't work with children.
Or animals. I'm not sure which one I count as.
See what I'm up against, folks. Wait till I tell your mum.
Oh.
I typed it, so fuck you, Fox. I win.
I would say, what's my favourite cheese? I would say, I quite like a nice
Dog
simple.
cheese.
Eh? I quite like it. We've already.
Grass magnets.
I already made that joke. You're rubbish. I quite like a nice simple Emmental.
That's so boring.
I know, but then you get like anything smoked. Oh, I'll tell you what. I had the other day. I got Mama Fox some cheeses, and I can't remember what it was. It was just listed as like smoked something. It was just smoked something or other. It was generic cheese. But I've got to be honest. It was like a sliced cheese, and it's the first time I've ever tasted anything smoked that actually tasted literally like smoke, like wood smoke. I had a piece and it's like, oh, that tastes exactly like it tastes like the smell of burning wood. It was like really nice. And I'm like, it's the first time I've ever eaten anything smoked that actually tastes like smoke. Really nice.
I'm a massive fan. My favourite all-time cheese is a cheese called Pitchfork Cheddar from Somerset.
All right, my barber.
It's awesome. Cornish Tickler is also very good.
Cornish tickler. Oh, you like a nice bit of Cornish tickler? That's what I like. All right.
Look at the post-it, Cole. Look at the post-it.
All right, my barber. I like a nice bit of Cornish tickler. All
Right there, Tony. You want to come my trench?
Oh, that's right.
There is also a cheese called Cornish Yarg, and whenever I see it, I just think of what's his name? The character that's just like Yar in Shaun of the Dead. I can't think of the character's name now.
I don't remember it enough to remember what the character was.
I'm sure Colin.
I thought you were gonna mention some kind of cartoon character or something.
I've not seen it.
For some reason, all I could think of was the character in.
That's not the answer Si wanted, is it?
No.
No, there is a famous cheese that would suit Fox quite well. It's called Burke's Head.
It's called what?
Burke's Head.
Birkhead.
Yeah.
Like Birkenhead without the n.
Well, yeah, but you're a Burke and you've got a head, so it would suit you.
About this cheese called. I think you like this cheese called Utter Cockwomble. Because, you're a cockwomble.
Well, I could just eat myself then, couldn't I?
Ew! Very flexible.
Cornish Tickler sounds like something you find on the Ann Summers website.
Sounds like a Ron Jeremy film, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The chat has transitioned from cheese to whiskey in about 2 seconds.
Oh, yeah, nice.
You knew that was going to happen.
Nice single malt.
What? I didn't know that was going to happen. I don't drink, so how would I know?
The people I want to slap are the people that put Coke in a single malt.
Is that a bad thing?
Yeah, why would you do that?
Well,
it's a single malt. It's it's a highly, it's it's top of the range whiskey. You know, it's a single malt. It's like you don't want to water it down with anything.
Well, you see, to me, I wouldn't know that. I haven't drunk, or I haven't been drunk in about 20 years.
Yeah,
Haven't
I have
imbibed.
I've had the very odd sporadic cider.
yeah.
Ugh.
Scrumpy Jack.
Oof,
No,
cider.
I like oh crap! What's it? I don't even know what it's called anymore. It's been so long.
But
There's a very nice cider that a Suffolk brewery, Adnams,
Yeah.
make, but I can't remember the name of it. But anyway, I know very little about alcohol. I know nothing about good whiskies,
Yeah.
bad whiskies, gin. I know that they are alcoholic beverages, but I couldn't tell you the difference.
I've only ever been drunk twice in my life, and it didn't go well. So I always vowed I'd never get drunk again.
well, if it makes you feel any better, I've been drunk many times, and it never goes well.
Yeah, a nice single malt. You don't have anything with it. You savour the whiskey.
Maybe an ice cube if you want. Maybe at most.
Yeah, but again, you wouldn't want to water it down, would you? You know.
Well, no, but that's only so you can get the satisfying,
Yeah.
like the bad guy on Columbo clink of an ice cube in a whiskey.
That is just, it wouldn't stay in a glass long enough, would it? Let's be honest.
No.
It's just like, but
I don't think I've even ever tasted a whiskey. You know.
yeah.
I know. I once got so drunk that my mates tied me to a tree, and then I woke up asking someone for a lighter, and it turned out the person I was asking for a lighter was a police officer.
Yeah.
And I had weed in my pocket, and it didn't turn out well.
Yeah.
So I don't drink anymore.
A friend of mine got absolutely trolleyed once. Got into the back of a cab, gave his address, and then sat there and wondered why the cab driver had a passenger in the passenger seat, and why they were both wearing big pointy hats. He'd got in the back of a police car.
Good man.
They took him home. He's like, why have you got a passenger and why are you wearing that cap, hats? Oh.
Yeah, I woke
Bit drunk,
up.
are we, sir?
I woke up in a wheelie bin in the middle of a roundabout.
Really?
Yeah. I got no idea how I got there. I had obviously walked past where I lived at the time to get there, but yeah.
You must have been moving really fast.
See what he did there. I had no idea where I had been.
Oh, really?
In a roundabout way, it was. Yeah.
I refuse to get involved in this one.
So, yeah. There you go. See.
Retro Rabbit says about ice cubes, he says, whiskey stones will hold their cold and not dilute the scotch.
Absolutely.
We forgot about them.
Yeah.
At least you can say, though, Cole, that you've been there, done that. And you've
Absolutely, mate. Absolutely.
Yeah, we've all done it. I must admit, it's been quite a long time since I've been out and had lots of drinks and got drunk. It's been in the last year, I've probably had like 3 bottles of beer, and that's just like, Mama Fox might have bought for a treat. She might have got me like a Ales of the World thing.
Yeah.
When she did a weekly shop or something, so there's like 6 bottles of beer, and I might have one every now and then. So as I've got older, I've fallen out of going to the pub and getting trolleyed.
Yeah, for me, I didn't like not being in control of myself.
I don't think I've ever really actually enjoyed the flavour of alcohol.
No. I've gone.
I think the last drink I had was a couple of years ago, and for some reason we were out for a meal, and for some reason on that day I fancied the cider.
Mm-hmm.
And the cider arrived, and I started to drink the cider, and I was just like, actually not enjoying this at all.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I guess it's like I don't drink tea or coffee either, to Fox's hatred. But
No, not at all. Even I've stopped drinking tea quite so much now. I'm back to drinking water again now.
fair enough. I guess The missus, who is a coffee addict, always says to me, if you weren't brought up, or if you didn't start drinking coffee by a certain point in your life,
Yeah.
it's a taste that you have to learn to love.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is kind of how she put it.
Yeah, it's an acquired taste.
Yeah, so I'll never really even try to love coffee.
Yeah.
I don't know. Even the smell of tea doesn't appeal to me.
When I used to like go out to the pub and stuff with my friends, I mean, for a start, I'm an ale drinker. I'm not a fizzy lager drinker, and I'm an ale drinker, so I'm not the kind of person that goes out and has 10 pints of Stella and gets absolutely wankered and then kicks a store window in. That's for morons. So I was always like an ale drinker, so it was never about the actual beer anyway. I quite enjoyed drinking the beer, but I didn't like being drunk, because for me it was always like, it was just having fun with my friends, and then I'd get the whiteys, and then I'd feel really sick, and I'd just leave. I'd get up and leave and walk out, and that'd be it. Everybody'd be like, "Oh, he's gone then, has he?" But then I'd have that feeling that I was just making a tit of myself. So not only did I get the whiteys and feel sick, but I also ended up feeling I was making a tit of myself. So I never enjoyed that. For me, it was never about getting drunk. It was always about just hanging out with my mates and having a good time in the pub, just joking and laughing. But as all my friends have moved away and stuff, as we got older, it's just less and less it happens. So yeah, I was never into drinking for drinking's sake. It was just a social place to hang out with your friends, really.
Panzer has a good point that Forge World quite enjoys it when Edward drinks alcohol quickly. Edward has come back by saying his wife doesn't like it when he drinks fast. Because, of course, that's how he ended up with a squid.
Yeah.
Which unfortunately turned into more of a headache than a...
See, Forge World likes it when Edward drinks fast, or when I do a late stream with Colin.
Yeah.
They know, you know.
Although, did you not buy the basilisk completely of your own volition?
He did. They can't
I
blame
did,
me
but
for
that. No, I did, but that was purely because I can't remember why, but I had the urge to splurge, and also I thought I'll just get something in quickly before the prices go up.
I did congratulate him.
Yeah. No, my thinking was that I've done the Baneblade and I've done the Macarius Vanquisher, but I didn't film them. But I wanted to show, enough people have said, how did you do that? That I thought I should really get something that I can show all the same techniques. I've got all the orc stuff, but it's not all the same techniques. So I figured if I get something nice and simple like the Basilisk, which is basically a box with a big tube, I can do all the painting and weathering of tanks and tracks and stuff like that. It's not a complicated build, and that'll do for a video series. So I thought I'll get it now while it's before the prices go up. And there you go.
He's good, isn't he?
Sounds like an excuse.
Oh yeah. Plus, there's not many people. There's not actually any painting videos for basilisks on YouTube. There's like one, and it's not very good. So one or
That's
two.
because the kit's about 18 million years old.
I know. There's something of which I am aware.
Yeah.
As you can tell by the fact all the YouTube videos are like 4:3 aspect ratio, and like, yeah, 380 resolution.
Yeah. Back in the day, eh?
When we were lads, it were great.
Yeah.
We're not as old as Ted. Ted grew up on his black and white.
No, I mean, I mock you for being old, but you're the only person that I've ever met that actually gets Weevil and Bob references.
Yeah.
And that makes me feel old.
No, it should either make you feel old or make you feel happy that old people know cool stuff.
Well, yeah, I guess that's true. But that also means that I have to admit that you are potentially
cool.
Oh,
I'll tell you what.
Don't say that. Not Fox. No. Fox can never be cool.
See, I'll tell you what happened today. I was listening to a podcast and somebody said something on the moon. And in my head, and I said it out loud. When I said it, I thought of you because I knew you'd get the reference. I sat there and I thought, on the moon. And you should get that as somebody who knows Weeble and Bob.
You're a butthole.
No, you should get that reference.
I get the reference.
Yep, on the moon. That was a great little series with the prawn. What was it? It was a Toast King, wasn't it, on the moon? King of the Moon was a piece of toast.
Yeah, Paul, I think you're right there. He is referring to the Pantera. Bless him. Yeah.
What are we talking
That's
about?
right, there's a conversation going on in the chat. Welcome, Larry Rizzo. Hello, mate. How you doing?
Hey, Larry.
Welcome to the show.
Oh, is anyone else in chat obsessed with doing the Wordle every day? I need to know.
A what?
Oh, you're not. Okay, so there's a game that's quite popular at the moment. It's called Wordle.
Right.
I know of Wordle.
As in gummage.
No,
No,
every
Wordle.
day-
Oh, right.
I see what you did there.
So it's hosted
I
by
got
the
that.
New York
I'm
Times,
old. I got it.
and every day there's a new 5-letter word to guess.
Oh, right. Yeah.
And they're just
Hasn't it been destroyed by the New York Times now? They bought it there.
no.
I thought every time I see this article about it, it's complaining that it's become more it's become rubbish.
It's because they've bought it or got an influence in it now.
But at the end of the day, if someone's writing an article in this day and age, it's to complain, isn't it? Let's be honest.
Yeah. Welcome to Gorka Media.
Yeah. So
Well, not anymore Gorka Media, but yeah, I assume you got that reference though, Si, with the on the moon.
I think so.
I can't remember what it was called, but it was like the Toast King, and he lived on the moon, and there was a prawn, and the prawn was a bit crazy.
Okay, I might not have.
It's the same artist. Oh, in fact, talking of which, he actually put a new video out today.
Did he?
Yeah, and at least 5 of the comments were saying, because he only seems to ever do the Christmas stuff, at least 5 of the comments were saying, I was waiting for it to say, check back tomorrow at the end, but it didn't.
Wow.
Yeah, he put a new one out today. It's got an axolotl in it.
Oh, I love axolotls.
Yeah, go and have a look. Go and watch it now.
Dan Kramer says, I've heard of the game, but don't care. Good one, Dan.
Yeah.
That's fair enough. Dan.
Brutal, but brilliant.
That's pretty much like half of what Fox says, but half of what I say as well. So
Yeah. That's great, but I don't care.
Oh, brilliant. I love that.
At least you're honest, Dan. At least you're honest.
Can't find the mould line on this dude. It's quite hard to find it. It's not down the middle. It's kind of offset, so it's quite challenging to find it.
I have watched Kill Bill 1 and 2 in the last few days, and I have the entire soundtrack stuck in my head for days.
Ooh.
Was you glad to revisit these epic movies?
Yes and no.
Yeah, a bit dated
Yes,
now, don't they?
No. So they are. If someone watches them in this day and age without the appreciation for the fact that they are both films are riffs on the cheesy old like 1960s Japanese kung fu films.
Hang on, they're not that old, are they? I thought Kill Bill's not like 40 years old or anything, is it?
No, but they are riffing on old school Japanese kung fu films.
No, I mean the way you say it's like it was almost like it was tamed as a classic film. It's like it's not that old, is it?
No, but they're riffing off
No.
40-year-old films. So, if someone watches them for the first time today,
With no
they're
context.
going to think that they're absolute drivel. But yes, they are a bit dated now.
Because I've
enjoy them.
not seen him. At any point, does someone do that thing where they flap their mouth around a lot and he goes, "You dishonor my father, I kill you now"? No.
Well, in essence, yes, and then she runs along a table, cuts off someone's head.
Ooh.
But then, in classic, like really bad Japanese film style, it takes 5 seconds for the neck to start spitting blood.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then it spits blood so aggressively that they're like a comical riff on very old school.
Yeah,
Japanese
it's like a tongue-in-cheek, wasn't it? Homage.
Yeah.
This seems relevant to my interests.
And if you can go into them appreciating that, they're actually incredibly enjoyable films.
Yeah.
What was it? I saw a film because I've not got a history of watching such films, but there was some film and I watched it a few years ago. And I've got no idea what it was, but it was kind of a slight pastiche. It was slightly comedic, but not quite. but it was a Japanese film, and it had like, I can't remember what it was now. One bit where one guy is fighting like just thousands of other guys in some big kung fu fight, but I wish I remember what the hell it was. It may have been a Western film, I'm not sure.
See, unfortunately, with that,
just got a memory of watching it.
Very minimal description.
Yeah.
That could literally be one of hundreds of thousands of.
I mean, it was set in the Edo period, so it was obviously, but you know what I mean? It was like, I can't remember now though. And I'm just I'm sitting there thinking, wait, I actually watched a kung fu movie? That doesn't seem right. See, if you played Persona 4, you'd fall for Chie because she loves kung fu movies.
You see, I haven't.
She likes steak, and she's my ideal woman. She likes steak, and she likes kung fu movies. I mean, what's not to like?
The missus is obsessed with that whole franchise.
Oh yeah,
she loves them. She loves the music. She loves the games.
I keep being very, very tempted to do a play series, a video stream series of Persona. I've got it on my PC. It's my PC can actually play it.
She would watch the shit out of it.
Well, the thing is, I'd love to do it, but it's the kind of thing where I want somebody there along with me for the ride who's never even experienced it. Because I watched them play it on Giant Bomb, so I know what's coming.
Cute subtle hint. I know it's coming.
No, but I don't know how I do it because I couldn't run the game and all the stream and the hangout and everything else at the same time. So,
like a few years ago, I bought her a PSP. No, was it a PSP?
PS Vita.
Yeah, I think it was a PS Vita for Persona 4
Golden.
Golden.
Yeah,
whatever it was.
I bought a Vita just to get Persona 4 Golden.
Yeah, so that was her birthday gift one year. Was a second-hand Vita because obviously you couldn't buy them new at that stage, and whatever the Persona 4 game was, it was Golden or it was Royal.
No, the Royal thing is a fighting game. Golden was the PS Vita version. Yeah,
I know they've announced a Royal for Persona 5 recently. I think that's where I'm getting confused.
All right.
It might even be out by now. I don't know. But
well, I don't know if you know, but Persona 4 is actually out on PC. Golden is actually out on PC now as well.
I didn't know that, but I will tell her.
Yeah, it's HD. It's even got, because Persona 4 Golden was basically Persona 4 came out on the PlayStation 2. I think 2007, 2008. And then Persona 4 Golden came out in about 2013 or 14 or something. And they updated it, they added loads of stuff to it, they streamlined it, they changed a lot of the bits and bobs to make it a better game to play. And they added loads of extra stuff to it. And when it came out on PC, they added even more. So like on the PC version now, you get a moped. You can actually get a moped and travel around. That wasn't on the original Persona 4 Golden.
Well, I may have to surrender my PC over to her at some point.
No, I've got a crappy old PC and it can quite happily run Persona 4 Golden, so...
Well, see, you say you've got an old PC, but...
It's an i5.
Strictly speaking, my PC is old now.
Yeah. Mine's an i5, so it's a good 5 or 6 years old.
This
but
PC now is... So it's a first generation Ryzen, which
I don't know what that means.
An AMD processor.
I mean, mine is an i5. I've not even got a separate graphics card. It's just whatever's on the motherboard. It's built into it. It's that pants. But it can cope with Persona 4 Golden. I do have the urge to do a Persona 4 like live stream playthrough, but I say where's that ping again? Yes. Oh, did somebody come? Did he fall out and fall in again?
Hold up. Let's just reach for my mouse because I'm stood up at the moment.
I'll do it, mate. You're right.
That's all right. I've done it now.
Oh,
I was closing Windows and I.
No, did you, Ted?
Yeah,
but
yeah, this PC was built in 2016, so this PC that I'm on is technically old.
Mine's older. Yeah, mine's an i5, but the graphics card is just whatever's built into the mobile. It's not actually got a graphics card.
Probably why you keep dropping out of StreamYard then. Do you need a graphics card?
I need a more modern PC, basically.
Well, I'm running an i5 and it's fine.
Well, I need something. I need a bit more than what I've got then. And I find, but I need to get maybe a graphics card.
Yeah.
I do need to update this PC at some point. The people at Elgato, when I was looking at my capture card, they said, "Yeah, you're actually not even on spec to run the capture card you've got. It works, but probably why it blacks out after 2 hours because I'm not even powerful enough for that. Apparently, it works."
Larry Russo, or Rosso, I do apologise if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. I don't really post my work, buddy, because when I do, it garners more attention than I want it to.
Makes you uncomfortable, doesn't it?
Yeah, I don't like people praising my work.
Which is why we all just rip the shit out of it, basically.
That's why we all praise his work.
Because they're assholes. Maybe one day I should just make a Facebook account under a completely different name, and post my work through that, just because so many people ask to see it.
Post it under Festa 67's workshop. I'd love that.
Yeah.
By the same
I found this new artist, Ryman Sandals. I don't know who that is.
Wow.
I think Ryman's done this on books or something.
But by the same token, I don't know. I'm a reasonably private person.
Says the man on the live stream.
It says the man on a live stream after months of fucking nagging by
I get
YouTube
where you're coming from, mate. Totally get it.
But yeah, I don't know.
We do mock each other, but we do know.
I defer all of those form of questions to be Fox's fault.
You can just shut up on that one.
Fox told me once that I'm not allowed to post any work because it'll make his work look worse. That's the reason, isn't it, Colin?
Absolutely agree with you there, Si. I was there when you said it.
Yeah, Colin was there. He heard the conversation.
I know, it took me ages to get Si to work through the tears because he was really cut up, wouldn't you, mate?
I was, yeah.
I do not remember ordering this bus. La la la. But on a serious note, though, that's the thing, is that some people crave attention, some people really don't want attention, some people just do it for the fun of it. I mean, I don't crave attention, but I can't avoid it if I want to teach people how to do stuff that I do. But there are people that will do it just purely for the attention.
I like are the ones that sit there going, I would have done it this way, I would have done it that way.
And yet you never
and
see
when you go to their channel, there's zero content. Their work is never posted anywhere. And it's like, well, show me the correct way I should be doing it then.
Yeah.
By showing some of your work.
That's exactly why I never critique someone's work unless they ask me to.
You know,
because
I've said it before.
It's not my place, man.
Yeah.
It's like, in response to what you've just said there, Larry, that I should be proud of my work, another reason why I don't post my work is because all I can see in it is flaws.
Yeah, we're all like that.
Yeah, and
that's how you know you're a proper artist, because you're self-critical and you're not self-aggrandizing.
I don't know. I don't know, man. I guess I'm selfish in a way that I kind of model for me, and I know
what my level is, and I'm happy being there. What I'm not out to do is say I am some kind of phantom of expertise at Warhammer, because I'm not. I'm a fat middle-aged bloke sat in his man cave having fun. I don't need the internet to go, all hail the new Oracle. It's not what I'm about.
No,
you know.
I've had to explain to people before. You know, I know I've got the name Model Maker Guru, but there's the reasons I chose that purely for technical internet reasons. But I'm not ever claiming that I know anything. I'm not teaching people how to do things the right way. I'm teaching them how to do things the way I do things, which may or may not be the right way. But all I do is say, here's what I've done. If you want to do that, here's how you do it. If you don't think it's good, do it some other way.
Absolutely. You know.
You see, so Paul D. Tommaso's just asked what the difference is between putting my work out there to be judged in the competition versus posting pics online. Well, Paul, I haven't entered a painting competition in about 11 years. I've changed a lot since I used to enter competitions because I used to post my work online all the time. I used to have a blog that was filled with my work.
You used to be a nub.
I used to love the attention. In fact, I would crave it to a certain point of view. And then I realised that actually I was a bit of a see you next Tuesday, so I decided to change my life dramatically in not just in the sense of modelling, but I was just generally a bit of a butthole. William Rayborn's got to go. I'll see you later, Rayborn.
See you, mate.
Rayborn? I'll see you
Rayborn.
later,
Rayborn! Come to the front of the class.
William, you take care, buddy. Lovely to see you in the chat. Thank you for your support, mate.
But yeah, I think as I've got older, Paul, I value my privacy a lot more than I used to.
You know, it's like I said, you know, I'm happy with the level I'm at. If people want to sit there and berate my work or rip holes into it, that's up to them. I'm not sitting here trying to portray myself as an expert. I'm just happy to be building in my own little way. Believe it or not, there are people out there that like what I do, and that keeps me doing it. But
well, that's what I've said before, isn't it? It's like I could learn how to do things much better than I do them now, but I'm like you. I'm happy with the level that I'm at.
Yeah,
and that's what I'm trying to teach people, because I know there's much higher levels than me, but I'm not going to teach people how to get to that. That's for people like Simon to do that.
Yeah,
I'm going to teach.
Go on.
I was going to say I'm going to teach people how to stand up. I'm not going to teach them how to walk.
Yeah. You know, I look at Si, Duncan Rhodes and people of that ilk. I know I'm not going to ever be as good as that, and I'm not going to try to be, because that's their level. I'm happy at mine.
I would have no doubt you could at the very least paint to the Duncan Rhodes video level. Yeah. No problem at all. You could do that easy.
I don't think I could.
I think you could do better than that with the right guidance and training. But I think you could easily get to that.
It's all practice, Cole. You have very little faith in your own ability.
No,
but this is coming from me, who is in exactly the same boat. So I kind of understand that.
Yeah.
It's like I get great enjoyment out of looking at other people's work that they've decided to post online.
Yeah.
I just don't enjoy posting my own, really. Like I do occasionally post like in progress shots in Messenger. For example.
Absolutely hate pimping me stuff, but I know it has to be done because, you know, for the channel to grow and for me to get subscribers and people coming in to view me stuff, I need to pimp it more. I get that, but I feel so uncomfortable doing it.
The one thing I'll say, and I don't mean this is going to sound so egotistical, but I do not mean this in an egotistical way at all. But when I first got back into this, about 12 years ago.
Yeah.
Bearing in mind I stopped when I was about 19 or 20, so my painting level was potato and dead cat as a brush.
Potato.
Potato is potato. Anybody who watches The Late Show with Stephen Colbert, I'll just say, who's potato? Silly joke at the minute. So I came back into it. I will tell you now, because you're saying, I'm never going to get to this level. When I got back into this, I was watching videos on YouTube, because I was like, right, I've been out of the hobby for 20 years. I need to figure out what the hell I'm doing.
Yeah.
I was watching videos on YouTube about various things from various people and thinking, God, I can't paint like that. I'll never do that. Now I look at them and think, Jesus Christ, that's garbage. I can paint better than that with my eyes closed. Yeah. And that's just because I've looked at it and thought, I can't do that. But then I've kind of learned stuff. And over time, you just pick it up. And to sit there and say, I'll never paint as good as X, You might do. You should do. You can. Everybody can.
Yeah,
you
but
can,
don't-
Colin. It's
yeah,
just
it's just my
trusting yourself to do
it's
it.
just my own self-confidence. That's all. But
No, I know.
I can't
That's
see
what
it. I really can't see it. But
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's what I went through. But
Yeah.
it's, a few years from now, you'd be like, wait a minute, when did that happen?
But then we had this conversation when the E-Models gig came up, because I got back into the hobby when I was in a Halo, and it was Tony Fairclough doing the Rossi bike, and less than 2 years later I'm building alongside him for E-Models. So
Yeah.
in a way that was kind of surreal. But I've only been doing this 8 months. I look at people like Duncan that have been doing it for years.
Yeah. That's
Take your
Getting up
2-hour
time.
alarm.
I've already been stood up, mate.
I actually forgot to set a 2-hour reminder.
I
shall set
didn't.
another 2 hour.
My timer went off on a bit earlier because
I shall
I set it for 1.5 hours because I've
I
got
shall set one now.
rather large purple swollen foot lately. For the last
Oh
few
dear.
days.
Well, I shall set one.
The
Oh,
question is the whiskey in the jarro, Colin?
Absolutely, mate.
I shall tell you, by the way, Col, we were talking about them diabetic socks the other day.
Yes.
I sent you some links. I don't know if you scrolled up.
Oh shit.
I sent you some links. But the reason I was telling you that was I sent you some links for the ones that I have been wearing, which is the big thick ones, which are great for winter, but they're no good for summer. When I sent you the link, I realised they do non-thick summery, wintry ones.
Oh right, yeah.
So I ordered some of the regular ones, and I've got them on now, and they're actually really good.
Am I
So
really
I've sent-
this bad?
Yeah. So I've sent you links for the wintry ones and for the summery ones, and they're really, really nice. They've got no seams on the inside,
Oh, brilliant, mate.
and
yeah.
they're not tight round the top. They're loose at the top, so you can. You'll have to scroll up a bit. Sorry about that.
Okay,
Hold
which
it
chat's
tomato.
that in, mate?
Me and thee.
Okay. Sorry, Si.
That's all right.
There should be like 3 different links.
Paul D. Tomato points out that he is quite similar to me, but he only really posts his work online to be social. You see, Paul, I am just an insociable git. The mod messenger that Fox mentioned earlier that's got all of the mods in the Boom Hut. When I was away for 3 or so months, I had left that chat. I still haven't joined it just because I'm an insociable git. It's not that Fox hasn't offered to invite me. It's just I'm insociable.
Yeah.
You are socially awkward penguin, aren't you? Basically.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, if that's making you feel more in control, then for you, that's the right thing to be doing, mate.
That's true. But also, Dan Kramer, and Wendy Hickson have pointed out that they watch Lou Dalmasso at Aztec Dummy. I watch him too. Lou is the way that Lou pumps out essentially a build a week. I appreciate that it's because he's retired and it's pretty much what he does.
Yeah.
But that I don't know if you guys have watched his most recent videos, but I think it was a couple of weeks ago now. He was building a space station that had been put out by Meng.
I don't think I've actually watched his stuff. Lou Dalmasso. I know the name. I just can't remember.
Yeah, so the YouTube channel name is Aztec Dummy.
Yeah, I know it. Yeah.
Meng.
I know because is Aztec Dummy? That's the company that did all the Aztec stuff for
Yeah.
Starfleet models and stuff, isn't it?
I think so.
Spider pigs all over the place there.
But yeah, so a few weeks ago he was building this kit.
All kinds of burping going on here. I like it.
I'm gonna share my screen.
You're trying to be all serious, Simon, but over here we're just giggling and burping.
Yeah, I'm just letting you get on with it. Alright, I'm sharing screen, Cole. Please allow.
He's bless him. He's trying, isn't he? He's trying.
I am.
Sorry, mate.
You've got to press button.
Si's like,
Oh, God.
not coming here again.
It's because I'm moving about, Dave. That's what it is.
Oh God, God, I'm laughing like I smoke, but I haven't smoked in years.
But anyway, it doesn't matter.
Anyway.
Sorry, Si, I'll be good.
I am. You didn't let me know that I was screen sharing, but yeah, it was this space station. You're gonna have to look at the screens now.
Let's have a look.
Yeah, you asked me to screen share.
You're screen
Yeah,
sharing.
I didn't know if you'd actually done it. But it was this space station. It's very cool.
This Wandering Earth, that's a film, isn't it? I mean,
It is a film, yeah.
Mung did quite a few models from that, but
Yeah. So Lou has slowly been working his way through them, and this was the last one in the series. But it was an awesome build, and the rate at which he completed it, and I'm just sitting there thinking this would have taken me months. But anyway, like he pumped a build out a week.
Fair play to him.
I'll tell you who amazes me. I'm trying. I've got a knife in my hands. It's really bad. I'll tell you who amazes me for output. Martin Novak over at Night Shift.
Yeah.
See, I don't know that channel. I'm not familiar.
He's really good, but he seems to just get them out. Like I don't know how he has a job, and yet like he's doing one at the minute where he's doing a World War One male tank that's damaged and submerged, and he's doing a diorama for it and everything, and yet he just pumps the videos out, and it's like. How many hours is he? How many hours a day is he at the bench?
I think I've actually recently discovered this channel. Is it a Tamiya tank that he essentially cut in half?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and he's got like a European accent.
Yeah, he's great.
Yeah. So I actually discovered that channel at the start of that build.
I think I only discovered his channel about 6 months ago, 8 months ago.
Yeah. So,
actually, no. I tell a lie because I found his channel when I found the 6 things not to do when you're weathering kind of tip, but that's a few years ago. But
yeah, so I think he's put out 3 videos now on that Dio build.
But he does
like the rate he's turning that over.
Yeah, I mean he did one where it was like a tank, and there was one where it was like an entire front of a shop French building, like a shop front type house, and wow, he just, and like, given the fact that he says, yeah, and I spent like 3 days doing this chipping, it's like, but that was 4 days ago you put a video out. Do you actually ever sleep or work or anything? It's amazing. I do like his work though. Whoops. I like the fact with his videos you can see his style changing over the years. Hey. Easy now.
Spider pig.
Easy now.
Get your spider pigs here, freight per pound.
Spider pig. Siren Reynolds, I can confirm that the guy with the big heavy machine gun thing, you can have his arm separate. It does fit nicely. You can attach it later.
Thank you, model making guru.
That is not a problem at all. Simon Arbuthnot Wimpole Reynolds III of the Bailey.
Oh, dear, they need to get out more of these two, don't they?
Get out. I don't want to go out. There's people out there. And
there is people out there. I had to go out today, and only about 10% of people wearing masks. 5 of the people that I saw wearing masks had them below their nose.
Oh,
bloody point of that.
So one of them, right, and I only know who is a manager because I know that managers that work at Sainsbury's, they wear like formal casual, smart casual clothes.
Yeah.
With the name tag. So I was shopping and he was in the produce section, and I stopped and I said, excuse me, sir, I'm just intrigued as a manager of Sainsbury's when I know the supermarket is enforcing that its staff still wear masks, why you find it appropriate to wear a mask below your nose.
Yeah.
And he said, well, it's covering my mouth. And I said, so you don't inhale or exhale through your nose then? And he said, I generally breathe through my mouth. And I said, but your nose still passively inhales, so
yeah,
what's the point?
See,
and he just said, I'm sorry for the inconvenience, sir, and then walked off. And I'm just like, so basically, you realise that you're an arsehole.
Yeah.
You didn't know how to answer and get out of it in a comfortable manner, so you just left it.
Yeah, just walked off.
Yeah.
See, I'd take a different approach. I'd do exactly the same thing, but what I'd actually do is walk up and do Kermit flail arms and just go and then walk off.
Yeah.
Because it's like
The thing is, I can just imagine you doing that as well.
because it's like there's no way to explain something as moronic without just you can't use words. It's like like juggling chainsaws.
It was the way that he tried to justify it to me that he is breathing through his mouth, and I'm just like,
Yeah, he's
okay,
got an IQ of an amoeba. Yeah.
For those of you not in the UK, Sainsbury's is a supermarket. Probably, I don't know.
John
I know
Ketley is a
guys-
weatherman.
You guys obviously have Walmart. I don't really know of any competitors to Walmart. It's not a big box store.
No, it's how could you describe Sainsbury's?
Well, it's just a supermarket. It's
Yeah,
a
it's just
supermarket
a
chain.
supermarket.
Like
Yeah, it's just an equivalent to Walmart, I guess.
yeah, well, yeah, they know what it is.
But yeah.
But yeah, no, it's like I can't even be bothered to use words to point at how dumb you're being with the mask down around your chin, you absolute mouth-breathing
No, so-
chud muppet.
Stratus Strong agrees basically with exactly. He just kind of says what you just said, Fox.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The most. So aside from the stupid excuse he gave me,
Yeah, it's lame, wasn't it?
the other excuse that I've heard is, I struggle to breathe.
it's a very
And the amount of videos that I can remember seeing from members of the NHS, doctors and stuff, literally demonstrating with like a SATS machine that they use on hospital wards, which takes your reading of your pulse,
Yeah.
your oxygen saturation, your
Yeah.
blood pressure. It's called a Dynamap.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So they demonstrated on a Dynamap, on video, that their oxygen saturation is no lower with a mask on, so you do not struggle to breathe.
Yeah, it's just you're being a douche.
Or you're mentally panicking because you have a mask on, so you're subconsciously making it more difficult for yourself to breathe.
Yeah, you're forgetting how to breathe correctly at the end of the day.
Yeah,
I don't understand why anyone would have a problem wearing a silly little mask.
You know,
I really
for a while.
don't-
It's like-
I don't
it's like-
find them that inconvenient.
We're not asking you to wear a complete head covering hood, for Christ's sake.
I feel
I don't know.
naked without it, to be quite honest
Yeah.
with you, if I go out.
I can't go out without one on.
Well, no, agreed. But even during the early, the early period of
Chocolate Velociraptor.
Velociraptor.
Easy now.
I was trying to find the word.
Yes. The word is
even
based.
during that early period, they never fazed me. I've never. Maybe it's because in the past I have worked in a healthcare setting as a healthcare assistant, so I am. This was years ago, but I am still. I've worn masks before. They've never really fazed me. The most annoying period I had was when I tried one of the cloth ones to save going through a shed load of reusable masks. And I just found that the cloth on this particular mask that I had anyway, it was too heavy and it didn't let enough air through the mask.
Yeah. No, I just stuck to
And-
the usual blue ones.
It just caused my glasses to fog up much easier. So
That's the one thing I get annoyed with, me glasses fogging up.
Yep.
yeah. So
See, the only issue I had with masks at all was the fact that the only time I needed to wear one was last summer when I had to keep going visiting Mama Fox in hospital. That was a real pain in the bum because I'd be there for hours. I couldn't take it off, and it was 1,000 degrees, and I've got a beard. It was like, oh. But other than that, I'm not going to take it off. It's
No.
if I was in the States, so I, as a fanboy of Adam Savage, Adam Savage did a video with the cloth reusable masks that he wears, because they do have replaceable N5 filters in and all that jazz, but they are cloth. And of course, Adam Savage is a full-time spectacles wearer, but you just couldn't get them in the UK, unfortunately. So I just stuck to the reusable.
Do you use sticks to get about, Si, without being too personal?
No. Well, occasionally.
Because that's what I find. You know, I fog up, and of course you're on sticks coming towards stairs. You're like, oh, really?
If I'm having a very bad day whereby I have phantoms.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
I might not wear one.
Yeah.
And then I'll use them.
Yeah.
But generally, no.
I found if I was steaming up, the only solution I could come up with, obviously you put the glasses over the mask.
Yeah.
But sometimes I'd steam up, and all I did was I just breathed through my mouth instead, and I breathed down.
Yeah. So
you kind of have to put your top lip over your bottom lip and do a bit of a Simpsons overbite and breathe down just for a minute to let your glasses clear. Yeah. And that's really nasty when it's hot and you've got a beard. It's not good.
So I generally I call it preloading. I preload my masks. So obviously I probably wear masks more regularly than both of you. I think I go out more than both of you.
Yeah.
But
just to interrupt really quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just going to quickly make a brew.
Before you go, Cole. Oh, I was going to show you this. Check it out.
Oh, Ron Perlman with a beanie.
Proper commando hat.
Yeah,
wait, look at the texture on that hat, though.
I know, it's just fantastic.
Brilliant,
that is awesome. That's cool.
Go. Right, go and have your week, Cole, whatever.
But yeah, like so whenever I switch masks, I'll essentially fold the mask in half and pinch it.
I'll pinch it at the nose.
I'll pinch it over my finger to make the correct kind of shape that my nose would make, and then put it over my ears, and then really pinch my nose tightly, and then I'll kind of sit my glasses on top of the mask, basically. Yeah. And generally, I don't steam much.
No, but no, there's a lot of pathetic arguments about wearing masks. It's like, just wear a flipping mask.
And well, Panzer, I think you nailed it on the head.
You've nailed the hammer on
You've nailed the hammer on the criminal. There.
You've nailed it with it's gone wrong.
So he said that we have been advised to keep wearing masks at work even after the relaxation of the masks law. This tells you something. Yes, it does. It very much like the end of one of the periods of lockdown. I think it was the one that occurred, I think it was around October/November 2020, when the government said that we were in a lockdown period, but no one paid attention.
Yeah.
It very much feels to 90%. Well, let's not say that high. Let's go 75% of the population from what I observed today. It feels like they have never seen or heard of chocolate velociraptor.
No.
None of them were maintaining any form of distance.
I mean,
in the supermarket, I had people reaching in front of me, left, right, and centre if I was standing in front of a shelf.
Yeah, when I nip out to the shops, nobody's wearing masks.
Yeah, and it's just, yeah. Dan Kramer is off for the night. Ciao, Dan.
Take care, Dan.
Coming in. If you haven't already, please do drop a like before you leave, because it does help Colin out. But yeah,
Rabbit says to you about that guy in Sainsbury's. There's a reason why the pinnacle of professional life is being the manager of a grocery store.
Yeah, I saw that. I agree, but I also don't like to judge people like that. But he did seem to be of that kind of intelligence level. Yep. So, but yeah, I don't know, man. It's there's so many people that have lost their lives. That number is still rising by a significant amount every day. If you check out the World Health Organization's dashboard, it still goes up by like 10 or 20k a day, which is insane.
Oh, yeah. I mean, for a lot of people, it's just because the news has moved on to obviously other events right now, and so
So
very important.
Go on.
I was going to say a very important comment from Dan Kramer there before he went. He said, "There's a guy who works at a local Walmart who wears a Sub-Zero mask over his cloth one at work. He's a big guy with dreadlocks. It looks awesome."
That is very cool. I do. One moment.
We are getting a bit serious here, I think.
I don't.
You're typing. I can hear you using finger words.
Yeah, but it's on Discord, so nah.
Ooh. So you're dumping the audience for other people. Oh, I see. Anyway, did we do bench and belly?
We did, but no one really answered it.
Right, because no one answered, you're going to do it again. Bench and belly, you reprobates.
Okay.
What's on your bench?
Anyway.
What's on your belly?
But yeah, like it does feel and appear like since other tragedies that are occurring in the world, the global media seems to have forgotten that we are still in a pandemic.
Yeah.
It's crazy how the news works. Like,
well, yeah.
Just because it isn't as bad as it has been in the past.
Everybody goes, whoa, we could forget about it. Well, no, you can't.
Well, yeah.
Yawning, sorry.
Unfortunately, something else that is absolutely horrendous is happening.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen it reported in. Well, actually, that's not true. I did see it reported the other day that there is a new version of the
thing. Yes.
T-Rex in France, apparently.
Oh dear.
But yeah. Aside from that, and I think China reported, or have been reported, an alarming number of velociraptors running around the street.
Yeah, they're getting hammered, but that's because they're getting hammered with the one we had, the Omicron one. But don't forget their vaccine is only like 50% useful. It's only like it's kind of garbage. The Sinovac vaccine is not very good, so they're suffering for their crappy vaccine. Sadly,
fair enough.
I think that's my opinion.
I don't know enough about their tranquilizer protocol for dealing with the velociraptors, to be honest.
Shut everything, always, everywhere, instantly. But their vaccine wasn't that effective. It was only like 70-60% or something, 50-60%.
Oh, okay. So their actual vaccine is kind of poop.
Yeah, it's typical Chinese engineering. It's shoddily built and quickly stolen from somebody else and not done very well.
No comment. I'm not going to comment on that.
From what I heard.
Oh, I did. Oh man, I've just found out that you can get Horizon Zero Dawn 2 on a. I thought they'd only released it on the PS5, but they've released it on the PS4 as well.
Yeah, they had to do some work to get it to work well.
That is Horizon Zero Dawn is one of my favourite games of recent times, and Fox has dropped out. And Colin, I don't know if you know that you're still muted.
I fell out.
You did. Hi. But yeah, I was just saying that Horizon Zero Dawn is one of my favourite games of recent years.
Yeah. I've got an Xbox. I've not played it.
Yeah.
Well, it's pretty much the only game that I have completed in the last 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
I think it really gripped me.
Absolutely.
But yeah.
See you later, Panzer, by the way.
Ciao, Panzer.
I don't finish many games. I finished Fallout. I finished Skyrim. It's not often I see the credits roll. I finished Wolfenstein.
Paul D. Tommaso's off as well. Catch you later, mate. Been a long day.
Take care,
Says
Paul.
take care, all, mate.
Bye.
See, I should probably go to sleep soon. I'm getting pretty tired.
Yeah.
Rabbit makes a good point. He says, "Yeah, he's got. They probably made it on PS4 because no one's got a PS5." Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true. Although I have noticed in the past couple of weeks, that game in the UK, who is probably the largest gaming specific retailer that we have. Are you vaping, Colin?
No.
No, it's me blowing on thing to get the glue
How
to
can
dry.
I be vaping when I've got 2 hands holding me model?
Well, I'm looking at Amazon, so I don't know what you do.
No,
No,
God, no.
I'm blowing on me model to dry it.
Fox is having a blow.
I'm blowing me orc.
Fair enough. But yeah, so I have noticed that Game have had constant stock of PS5s for about 3 or 4 weeks. So maybe the flow of semiconductors is finally starting to get back to normal and all of that kind of
What's
stuff.
the big thing with PS5? Am I being really vague here?
In what manner?
What do you mean?
Well, the last console I got was a PS2
Yeah.
with an hard drive in it, you know. But yeah, so what's the big thing with the PS5 then? What's the hook?
Well, it's
Morning,
just,
Mama Bear.
It's just the current generation, dude.
Yeah.
It's a bit like gamers will want the most recent graphics cards to play AAA titles. It's just the current generation that's...
Yeah.
The current generation hook will be 4K, 120 frames per second, and ray tracing.
Well, yeah.
Theoretically.
If you want to play the latest generation of games, then really you should just buy a modern day PC. But because people are idiots, they buy gaming consoles.
Yeah.
Well, theoretically, but then again, you'd pay a lot more than you'd pay a lot more for a PC to do what a PS5 or Xbox Series X can do. You pay a lot more than an Xbox Series X or PS5.
This gets back into the old PC versus console debate, then, doesn't it? For games.
But it depends what you want.
I was just prodding, really. Well,
yeah, it depends what you want. If you want, well, it does depend what you want, I suppose. I wouldn't. Again, you remember we were talking about 3D printing and stuff, and me being technically inept. I wouldn't do PC gaming because I'd just get frustrated by all the nonsense. Whereas I can just turn my console on and I'm happy.
I was just prodding, but realistically, in response to that,
yeah,
there is no gumph. You just turn your PC on and load a game. But regardless, I do believe that both have their merits and disadvantages in terms of gaming. I was just trying to annoy Fox by raising it, but
no, it doesn't bother me at all because I'm not like I'm not one of these fanboys that says Xbox is better than PlayStation or PC is better than console.
It's just what you got.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, I'm a console gamer, but you know, a lot of people buy a console because they can stick it on the big telly and sit on the settee and play a game, whereas they might have a computer in their front room or whatever. For me, I spend all day on the computer. Last thing I want to do is play a game on the computer. I want to have my big telly on and sit back in the chair. But I'm so technically inept, I need to make sure I don't have to fart about with different compatibilities and drivers. So yeah.
Yeah, I get that.
So for me, it's just a simple convenience. But it was quite funny that when the Series X and the PlayStation 5 came out, you couldn't get a PC to do the same for anywhere near the price. That was the USP at that point, was you can pay 500 quid for one of these for what would cost you about $1,000. But
yeah, but you also couldn't get them. Because there is that. Both technologies used the same silicon, and that silicon just couldn't be found because velociraptors were taking over the world.
Yeah, well, this is the same thing that affected the graphics card shortage, wasn't it? So
and HGVs, you know,
and cars.
Anything that used semiconductors was affected, really.
Oh yeah,
he said semi.
What did I say when I first joined? And you were like, you said something. What word was it?
End. No.
It might have been knob. I think it was knob.
No, because it's not a double entendre, is it?
Well,
probably said like girthy fat boy or something. I don't know.
I said, I said to Colin, "Oh crap! Sorry, I didn't realise that I'd hit my mute knob."
Oh, I missed that.
I called him. Well, you weren't in at the time.
Oh, okay.
It was before you even joined, but and then Colin was like, "Oh, you said knob or something like that."
Yeah,
I didn't exist at the time.
Because I am 12 and a half at the end of the day. I
This
tried
is
being an
acceptable.
adult once, and I really was not very good at it.
You don't want to do that. That's boring. That's boring, that is.
I like being 12 and a half.
Yeah. What was I going to say? I was going to say something. I'm looking for part number 51. I can't find it.
Well, check on the sprue that.
Check on
you're
the
not
sprue.
looking
Brilliant.
at.
Good advice, that. Thanks a lot.
No, check on the sprue that you think it's not on, and it will almost certainly be in the bottom left-hand corner of that sprue.
You know,
The thing
that
is-
actually works, Si, because I've done that so many times.
Yeah.
The thing is, I've got a raging headache, so looking at tiny numbers or even anything on a sprue is just not helping me at the minute. It's just
Oh,
not
you
good.
got raging headykins. Oh,
Yeah.
lammy.
I've had it for a
Bob.
few days, to be perfectly honest.
Oh, do you want to hug it out?
No.
Are you sure?
Gay.
Munchkin Modelling Man 72, being an adult, he says he's so
Hello, buddy.
overrated. Absolutely.
That is true. Paying
Yeah.
bills sucks. Having to surrender like 40% of your wage, if not
Yeah.
more in some people's cases, just so you can continue to live without people chasing you for money. It's a
Yeah.
pain in the butthole.
Pain in the butthole.
Have you I asked you about our messenger. I was going to talk about the
Oh, okay.
Obi-Wan trailer.
About the what?
Obi-Wan trailer.
Go for
Oh,
it,
yeah,
mate.
yeah, I saw that.
Go for it. Talk about it, mate. I
Because
don't mind.
obviously, I wasn't in Warhammer Sunday. But yeah, I think it looks good, man.
Hello, Mama Fox.
Oh,
Bye.
Mama Fox.
Hello, Mum.
Oh, Mama Fox.
Yes, it looks good.
It does look good.
It does look good.
And Halo starts soon, does it not? Within a couple of weeks.
Yes, Halo that I can't watch because it's on Paramount. No, because it's on over here it's on Sky.
Yeah, but
it's-
I've already told you I will send you a USB drive with it on.
Oh, jolly good.
Uh,
This is the right answer.
But you
and
would
then
have
there's-
forgotten that. So,
But then there's also Star Trek These Are the Voyages, which I can't watch because it's on
yeah,
Paramount.
and I've told you that'll be on the same USB key.
Lovely, lovely. I'm watching Picard at the moment. That's going quite well.
I get to
So-
rekindle my love affair with Kira this week.
Me and the
Oh.
missus are actually rewatching season 1 at the moment, just
Of
because
Picard?
just
Oh,
to refresh
bollocks.
our memory. Why?
That wasn't. That, no, I just
I
cut this bit off for this guy's thing and it broke.
I found Picard a little bit lethargic to get into.
Yeah,
Perhaps I need to
So,
give
yeah,
it a revisit.
I can understand that.
yeah, I can understand that. It's not the thing. I'm enjoying Discovery and I'm enjoying Picard, but they are like Discovery at the minute. This entire season of Discovery, and I was so happy when I read somebody say this in one of the review sites. This entire season of Discovery is what you would have got in a 2-part episode in Next Gen.
Yeah.
They've taken
Yes.
a 2 or 3-part story
And
and
strung
stretched
it.
it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
And it's
I'm enjoying it, but-
very similar can be said for Picard season 1.
yeah,
It's
I don't disagree.
it's the way
Pedestrian.
the pacing
Mm.
that they've chosen
Yeah.
fits much more with how TV is made now
Yeah.
as to the late 90s.
Yeah, and
Put it
that's the
that way,
thing.
yeah.
We associate the character with what we saw back then, and of course everything's changed, isn't it? And it's just like, yeah, it's just
I very much enjoy Picard.
yeah,
Like we are what episode are we at?
I mean, I'm enjoying Picard and I'm enjoying
are-
Discovery. It's just it's very pedestrian and it gets a bit frustrating.
yeah.
So
yeah.
we are back up because we've watched season 1 before, but we're back up to the episodes of season 1 where Picard has found Soji,
Yeah,
and they've just escaped the Borg cube, and dear old Eleanor stayed behind.
yeah,
I'll be honest with you, and I'm suffering the same with Discovery. In that once I've watched the episodes, I can't remember any of it.
No, you've forgotten it almost immediately.
Wow, okay.
I was watching Picard when it came on last Friday. Last Saturday, I was watching the latest episode, and I'm sitting there thinking, what happened in season 1? I can't remember what happened. And it's the same with Discovery. It's good, and I'm enjoying it, but I don't remember any of it.
Yeah, my missus, I was watching it one night, and she came down, get ready for work. She said, "Oh, what you watching?" Picard. "Oh, what's been happening?" I went,
No idea.
She went, "Really?" She said, "It can't be that good then." I went, "Do you know something?" "Yeah, I've kind of forgotten already."
Well, I gave myself a challenge. I said, I thought, let's name the crew on the Discovery. And I sat there and I thought, right, Michael Burnham, obviously. You've got Saru. You've got Dr. Culber, I think. You've got the engineer who's next. Stamets, the engineer. You've got Detmer, the navigator with the funky eye. You've got Oosakun, who's the other navigator, I guess. Don't know what position she holds on the bridge.
I'm gonna
And the funny thing is, it's season 4 of Discovery. I only found out what Osakun's name is this season.
You almost lost me after Saru, and that was the second character.
But that's the thing.
I can picture characters, but I can't name them.
Yeah, but
I can picture the ginger-haired young lass that works in engineering.
all I can remember is she was Killy. When in the Mirror Universe, she was Captain Killy, but I can't remember actually. Tilly.
Did you say Kira?
No.
Steady
now.
I can remember the.
I'm not obsessed.
I haven't started season 3 of Discovery yet, but I can remember the male engineer who
Stamets, yep.
Yeah, who sacrificed himself in some manner.
See, I'm thinking, did he? I can't remember.
But I can name all of the Enterprise crew. I can name all of the Voyager crew.
Exactly.
I can remember numerous episodes of the Next Gen of DS9.
But this
Voyagers,
this is the problem with the writing. Is I say I am enjoying them, but they spend so much time focused on just one or two of the characters, and the storyline takes the whole season, and it's like. It's bad. It's bad when you have to get to season 4 and you go, "Oh, that's what that character's called."
Yeah,
when it's a member of the bridge crew, that's even worse.
What Trek has always done really well is character building.
Exactly.
It always you felt for the characters.
Yeah.
Like
they were masters of the ensemble show, which is that's basically what Star Trek was. It's an ensemble show. It's the cast of characters, and you get interested and invested in them.
Yeah, exactly.
The sci-fi behind it was almost irrelevant, really, in a lot of ways.
Like,
didn't really matter what the monster of the week was. It was more about the characters and their relationships.
In a way, like going back to Picard season 1, it feels like there was a Borg cube there just for the fan service of Picard having to revisit a Borg cube.
Yeah, the cutest of Borg, wasn't it, or whatever.
Yeah, in terms of him having those memories and that fear and that flashback, it almost felt like that was the only reason that the artifact, i.e., there was a Borg cube in the series.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, folks, spoilers for anybody who all of this stuff we're talking about.
Oh yeah, spoilers for something.
Spoilers for every Star Trek series ever.
Yeah.
But this is the thing. I mean, it suddenly hit me, and it didn't really hit me until I think the second or third episode of Discovery this season, where there's a scene where Burnham's there with Owo, and they're in wherever they are, trying to track down Book and Tarka. And Owo-Sakun goes into that like fighting ring to do the old cliche, can you win in the bare knuckle fight thing, or whatever it was. And when Burnham says, in the red corner, it's such an... And I'm thinking, oh, is that a name? And it's like, she's a character who's been on the bridge since episode 1, and yet they've never really built up any of the apart from like the main small number of characters. You've never got to know them.
Yeah.
And there was one where they had that robot lady in the first series, and she got, when she was killed off, and they finally gave her a bit of characterization just before she got killed off, and it's like, well, that was kind of shoehorned in, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So, spoilers, she gets killed off.
Edward Leonard bought that mini art kit we gave away on E-Models, and he received it. It's really nice. Oh, sweet.
Ooh, cool. Which one was that one?
The truck that we gave away on Monday's E-Model show. Yeah.
That'd be the one. Lovely.
Strata Strong says it's funny how Discovery made a big deal with non-binary character when the original Star Trek had the first filmed black and white character kiss. Yeah, Star Trek has broken ground since the start. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
I do like the way they've. I can't remember the character's name, but the character you're referring to, the non-binary character. I like the fact that they've just been plonked into the story, and just matter of factly, as if, you know, so what? There's been a storyline around it. There's not made a. It's
absolutely.
Just there you go. This character's non-binary, and
yeah, but they're only there for the fact that they're a non-binary character. It's the only reason they're there.
Well, it's
maybe.
ticking
I don't
all the
know, though.
boxes lately, isn't it, on the TV, isn't it? Because of the political correctness, they will have a gay, a lesbian, a non-binary, an Asian, a Chinese. They always have these different racial characters now, don't they?
I don't know if that's valid, though, because the character itself, they've not even mentioned. I mean, the actor playing the part is non-binary, and the character is, I suppose, technically non-binary, but they haven't even mentioned that in the show at all. It's not even been a thing of any attention. It's just a character that's been played, and it's just. I like the fact it's just, you know, if you didn't know, you wouldn't know. Apart from the fact everybody says they rather than he or she.
At the end of the day, it shouldn't make one iota a bloody difference, should it?
No.
I mean, look at the amount of fuss there was over Ururu in the original Star Trek just because of the colour of her skin. It's like, really?
Well,
who cares?
I mean, the first time I realised that character's non-binary was that Stamets referred to them as they, and I'm like, oh, it's a non-binary character. Okay, cool.
Yeah, well, they don't use pronouns, do they?
Exactly. So, but until that point, nothing had been mentioned. It didn't need to be mentioned, and it was good that it wasn't mentioned.
Absolutely.
And plus, I do like that character as well. She's like such a nerd.
It shouldn't be a thing.
They are such a nerd, I should say.
Yeah.
No, I do like. I can't remember what they're called. Again, because there's no character building that much. I don't know what any of the characters are called. And it is a shame. I hope when they do These Are the Voyages or whatever it's called, the one with Pike on the Enterprise, I hope they go back to the proper Monster of the Week episodes where you can get all the crew and they don't just do the overarching storyline.
Yeah.
I know DS9 had the overarching storyline, but they had individual stories in the middle of it.
Yeah. Retro Rabbit saying to Edward the truck I won. Yes, that's right. Yeah, he ordered one. And, yeah, have you sent your email off, James, by the way? That's pretty much how you'll get it, mate. Just email Ted at eModels.
I think that came through the other day, actually. I'm going to take a couple more paracetamol. I've run out of Nurofen, so I'm on paracetamol. Bleh!
Oh, lamekins.
They're just rubbish. Let's go get some more water, actually. Yeah, so I like the fact that, I wasn't aware that character was non-binary until Stamets referred to them as they, and I'm like,
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's...
That's how you want it. You want...
Yeah.
If it's not relevant to the storyline, then you don't need to make a point of it.
Well, you see, I haven't clocked that, because it doesn't matter that they're non-binary.
No, it's not. Well, that's the point.
If they're not making a point of them being non-binary,
Yeah.
because that's when it's wrong. It's like, oh, look.
Well, yeah, because you're drawing attention to something that they probably don't want the attention drawn to.
Well, no, that's the beauty of it.
It doesn't matter.
They didn't mention it at all. It says literally when I first heard Stamets say they, and I said, why did he say that? Oh, cool.
Yeah.
There was no mention, and it hasn't been ever since. It's not even been mentioned, so I like that.
Yeah.
It's just matter of fact. It's just I'm gonna get some more water. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, go and get some more water, mate.
More water.
Yeah, Retro Rabbit has emailed Ted. Yeah. Yeah, it's a really good kit, mate. It's one of those that's on the it's on the wish list, mate. It will happen. I will get one. But yeah, I get your point, Si. You know, it shouldn't matter, should it, at the end of the day?
No, because it doesn't matter in the context of life.
No. Foxes making old man noises.
I'm settling.
Yeah, it's like, Calson.
So it's a long way from that chair to the other place and back again.
Super match game.
Super match, like and subscribe.
We haven't done it for a while. Underneath the arches. I know. Poor old Flanagan and Allen's estate ain't getting their royalties. They rung me up the other day and said, "Oi, wait, what? You haven't sung it for weeks, you pair of gits with skin."
Yeah.
So, yeah,
At some point, Si's got to start joining on this, you know, but he doesn't even know what Flanagan and Allen are.
No, he's only 111 12, isn't he? Let's be honest.
He's gone very quiet. Where are you, Si? Are you pooping?
I'm painting.
You know, when you said I'm painting then, as you uttered the letter P, I finished the rest of the sentence and panicked and thought you were about to say I'm pooping.
Yeah.
No, I'm not pooping.
Yeah, he's painting his poop chart.
Why are you... Ew.
I worry about Si. Bless him.
I don't worry about anybody. Hey, buy a cap and see thee. Whippets and black puddings. Ooh, black pudding. Ooh. Whoa, black pudding. Bam, alarm. You see what I did there?
Yeah, I did. I am impressed.
Are you impressed?
Yeah, I kind of want black pudding now.
See, that makes you a good southerner in my eyes. Southerners are bad enough, but if you're a southerner that likes black pudding, then you're all right in my
Yeah, I
book.
like a bit of black pudding. Why? What on earth would make you think I didn't?
Well, you're a southerner, so most southerners are like, ew. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. That makes you a decent southerner in my book.
Yeah, don't forget, I've got a northern chippy up here, mate, that does me proper gravy, mate.
That's true, and you've got a Scottish missus.
Yeah, Scottish wife. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. You need to, next time you go into your northern chippy or have any, please just tell them that a northerner says, "Thank flock that you've got decent access to decent fish and chips."
Oh, absolutely.
Did
mushy
you do mushy
peas.
pea?
Yeah. You get
Mushy peas.
You get mushy peas and you get the tub of gravy. Oh,
Oh, is it proper Chinese chip shop gravy?
yeah.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. It's the gravy where you can put a chip in it and it survives the slump test.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or you can get the gravy, and if you spill it on the road, you just fill the pothole. There you go.
Oh, yeah, it's self-levelling.
Yeah, self-leveling, like tarmac.
Yeah, it's gorge.
So next time you go in there, just pass on the message that a northerner says, thumbs up, happy times. Thank them for keeping my southern Poncy friend educated in the ways of the north.
H loves it because she's like, yeah, proper gravy. Yeah.
Is it actually run by northerners?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I think he's Burnley.
Oh, Burnley, Lancashire. I don't know if he'd say barm cake or oven bottom, then he might say oven bottoms. Did he say barm cake or baps, or did he say chip?
He says
barm?
baps.
Baps.
Or barm's another one that I've heard him use. His wife uses that more than he does, so I'm wondering whether she might be from a different area.
Yeah, I think Burnley's more bap.
But
Burnley, Lancashire. Hello, Burnley.
yeah, H loves it. She's like, yeah, proper gravy.
See, both you and H are all right in my book because you're southerners that appreciate good northern food, which is, of course, the best food.
God, she heard you call her a southerner. She'd go mental.
Oh, that's true. That's
She's
she's southerner by association.
Yeah, she's a sweaty, mate.
How long has she lived down south there?
At the age of 12.
Yeah, so she's technically more south than north, I'm afraid. So the fact that she's living the good life, that's good.
Yeah, it was funny. My mum used to say, how do you two manage to understand each other? I said, that's why it works. Because neither of us
don't.
Yes, neither of us have got a clue what the other one's saying, but...
What? Eddie, well, you see,
But no, it's... Yeah.
There's nothing not understandable about any Scots accent.
Yeah, bless her.
Unless you get real far up north crofter type accents, which can be hard sometimes.
She's from Findorn, which is right up top on coast. So she had that real high pitched.
Hello.
Roaming in the gloaming, that type of. But
the proper crofters.
Really fast, and it did take me a while to get my head round, but.
Does she have them proper, like, whistly Orcadian S's when she speaks?
Yeah.
Or shh. Or she see right, you go so there. Just
Yeah.
I can't. I love those accents, but I can't
funny,
do them very well.
her accent always comes back
when you're in trouble.
When she's bollocking me, mate.
Yeah, when you're in trouble.
Oh yeah. The minute I get the Scottish accents, I sit there. I'm like, oh. My eldest looks over and he's like, oh, so glad I ain't you. Why is that?
I don't think you wanted to press that.
Mum's been talking a bit Scottish. What have I done? I don't know.
What did I press?
Yeah.
What's Fox Centre? Oh.
Yeah, it's like, I must have done something. Yeah, he's like, I'm going to go upstairs, play my Xbox. I went, you stay there. Not me. That's
no, sorry, Dad, I'm gone. Bye.
Yeah. Mate, he'll throw me under the bus at the earliest opportunity, mate. And fair play, because, mate, I do
that's
it to
what you
him.
do.
Exactly. I did it to him when he was a baby, mate. Brilliant one.
Yeah.
Great ruse.
Who pooped on the carpet? It wasn't me, love. It must have been the kid.
No, I knocked her glass of wine all in her dinner, so I stuck his bouncy chair right next to it and made out that his foot had kicked her bottle of a glass of wine into the dinner. I said, oh, look, he's going to kick the wine all in. Oh, what a bind. Oh, bless him, she went. I thought, he was about 14 when I admitted to it. She looked at me and went, you heartless git.
I thought you were going to say he was about 14 when you did it.
No.
Not when he did it. I would hope his son's not in a fucking...
It's like, look, he's knocked it over. He's 20.
If I could put him in one tomorrow, he'd do it, because he is the world's most veggiest couch potato.
It's like, oh, look, he's knocked it over into the thing. Dad, I'm 36. Oh, bless him.
Yeah, in response to what I was doing, I was... the only thing with the Vallejo texture paste is when you spread it across the base, the best technique is to like stipple it on.
Yeah.
And you do get patches that just aren't as textured.
Oh,
so
right.
I was just making sure that I had like an even texture across the base.
Gentlemen, even your textures. Ooh!
I'll get in with his burpulation.
Tsunami warning.
Oh, mate. Did you see the
right now somewhere there's an elephant sitting there going, what?
Yeah.
Because there's infrasound coming off that.
Did you see some of the footage of the earthquake in Japan?
No.
I only saw a couple of little bits off BBC website.
I heard there was a tsunami warning the other day, but I didn't know where the earthquake was.
Yeah, so
that...
it was
same area.
It was just off of the coast of Tokyo and Fukushima, like in between.
I think it was like 20 or 30 miles or kilometres from the epicenter of the other one, wasn't it?
Oh, really?
Yes,
Ding dong.
It was 7.4.
Yeah.
So it was bad.
Yeah.
And well, it's just a testament to Japanese engineering in terms of how few, if any, buildings were destroyed. Obviously, there was damage, but there is literally footage of buildings just moving back forwards and backwards by like a couple of feet, and it looked nuts.
The only footage I saw was on the BBC website was a couple of like security cameras high up on like tower blocks.
Yeah.
Where it was amazing because you see like it was night time, so you'd see the landscape going off in tower blocks and buildings, and everything's shaking like this. And imagine like a camera 20 floors up on a tower block.
I think.
But you know what got me most was like you've got all the nighttime setting all the lights on the building and everything's shaking, but then like 10 miles away, like a power generator blows and you get this massive glow on the horizon that looks like a star.
Yeah,
just
I
goes
have
woof
seen
like that.
You see, I thought that was actually a lightning strike the first time I saw it.
No, I think it's like a power thing.
But no, I agree. It was something going in the distance.
The Japanese
Anyway.
amazed me, though, because the other year when that really bad earthquake happened, you know, within 6 months, they had rebuilt everything. It takes us 4 years to fill a poxy pothole.
Yeah.
And yet they had built complete new roads and everything. You know, they
But
really put their
it is-
minds to it, don't they?
It is 3 a.m, so I am going to go and get some rest.
Bye.
And
Yeah,
you
I mean,
too.
we'll only be on for another half hour and we'll call it, I think.
That's bollocks. I'll check when I wake up, and you will have been streaming for 27 hours.
No,
You'll still be
because the
live when I
secret
wake up.
is once you go, me and him are so shit at the chat that we tend to make our excuses really rapidly to go because we're useless.
Yeah, because it goes from being fun to actually having to do work, and it's like, oh, just bollocks to that.
Yeah, we're crap at
Fair
that.
enough. Okay, right, well,
We are.
I will love you and leave you chat.
And but I will have finished a third dude by the time we finish.
You take
Right,
care,
so,
Si. Lovely to
Yep.
lovely to
Because
hear
he said that he will have finished a third dude, you should go offline now, so he doesn't.
Yeah.
Right
I've just
this
glued him
very
to the
second.
base, so you know.
But his arms, I can see his arm and his head.
Yeah,
Right,
but
well-
it's two different weapons, so it's a quick 5-minute job.
I'm gonna go now, so as
Yeah.
far as I'm concerned, you've only completed 2.
Yeah.
So yeah, I will love you and leave you chat. I will love you and leave you Cole.
Yeah.
I will leave you Fox.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
I will love you and leave you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Right. Good night, guys.
Cowboy.
Ta-la, mate.
Take care, buddy.
Bye.
Bye, like and subscribe.
Retro Rabbit
Like
saying
it, subscribe.
Fukushima's still an exclusion zone and still a total mess. We had pictures shown over here of major rebuilding going on and all the stuff that they had done. So, yeah.
No, they are, but there's still an area around it where they've not done anything because
Yeah.
of
Yeah, well, that's the
clean it.
nuclear thing, isn't it? But
yeah.
we
The thing
had-
is, I suppose if you have to remember that if you live in a society that is, they live in an earthquake-ridden society anyway. So for them,
yeah.
it's just their general having all that stuff built into their society is survival.
Absolutely. No, I was just pointing out that we had seen pictures, that was all.
Oh yeah. No, they've done quite a lot of rebuilding. It's like because we always forget. The Fukushima incident, which was 2011. What's that? 10 years ago.
No, it weren't that long ago, was
I think it was 2011. Yeah. Oh no, was that the? Yeah, it was. I think it was.
Holy moly.
Yeah, 11, 12 years ago. We always think of that, and that was the biggest earthquake ever to hit Japan. But what we always forget is the Kobe earthquake, which I think was, was that late 80s?
yeah.
Was that early 90s?
Yeah, I think it was. I can remember going to the Natural History Museum and there was a simulator there of the Kobe earthquake that you stood on this
Yeah.
platform. Dude, that was proper.
Because I mean that was absolutely horrendous. I mean it wasn't as bad as the Fukushima one, but then again it was more inland and.
I mean, we've
that's-
never experienced it in the UK. The closest we get to it is standing near when a rather heavy freight train goes past, isn't it? You know what I mean? But-
Yeah, I mean we've had earthquakes, but they're always little ones. They're not. I mean, I've shot out of bed and run downstairs and hidden in a doorway once when we had a bit of a jolt going on.
Oh, really?
Well,
Yeah.
Did you know? We have had tsunami in this country.
Have we?
We have. There was a tsunami. When was it? I think it was about the 14th or 15th century. I think I could be wrong.
Mm.
But there were some historical accounts of a flood somewhere in like the west coast. I think it was the west coast. Like of all this land being inundated with water and villages being washed away and stuff. And they did some research to find out when this tsunami would have happened, and they found that there's been a small number of tsunamis that have actually been powerful enough. I can't remember where it was originating from.
Mm.
It was like some deep mid-ocean trench somewhere or something.
Oh, right.
But that came so far up north that it flooded parts of the UK and Scotland and everywhere else.
Bloody
And
hell.
there's evidence in the east, was it west? Might be American west coast, right way up in the north,
Yeah.
where they've had evidence of tsunami from there, from things that have flooded, and there's a whole.
Am I
think
right
it's-
in thinking that the Grand Canyon was once underwater? Is that an urban myth?
The current belief with the Grand Canyon is that there was a ice bridge at the last big glacial period when North America was under ice.
Yes.
As the ice retreated, it left behind this like dam, an ice dam,
Yeah.
which held back a lot of the North Atlantic and all the glacial flow from where the Alaskan stuff is now.
Yeah.
And the thinking is, if I get this right, the thinking is that at some point that like natural ice dam broke as the glaciers were retreating, and just like so much of the North Atlantic just like blasted its way through, and flooded large areas because obviously the whole northern ice cap was kind of melting.
Cool, absolutely, yeah.
And it was thought that it was all kind of done all in one go, but I don't think they know for sure now what made the Grand Canyon. But like that's what made all the Great Lakes and stuff.
Certainly interesting.
Oh yeah, God, it's like that was all done in one go, but it's fascinating. But yeah, there was a thing in North America. I can't remember where it is now, but there's an area of land where you can see all these dead trees.
Yeah.
Like just loads of like flat grass, and there's like thousands of dead trees. And they check these trees out, and these trees are like 700 or 800 years old, and they're just dead trees, just like sticking up 100 foot. And there's a whole forest of them. And nobody really knew what that was about. They're all like slightly petrified, but they're all dead. And then they realised by deposits at shorelines nearby that basically at some point there would have been a massive tsunami that hit, I think, the American West Coast, and flooded inland quite a way and just drowned the whole area in salt water, which killed all the trees.
Oh, right, yeah.
And here we are like 1,000 years later, a couple of thousand years later, and the dead trees are still there.
Oh, wow.
And that's how they kind of figured out all these ancient tsunamis. They were looking at all these, I think when they were starting to think about how if half of Tenerife fell off, it might cause lots of problems. And that was a mega tsunami, I think.
Yeah, it's quite scary, isn't it, when you think what Mother Nature can do?
Oh, yeah. Mother Nature don't give a crap about us.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Edward Leonard says, bye, like and subscribe. To
See you later.
Strata says it's 2 p.m. here in Sydney, Australia on a Saturday.
Oh, nice.
G'day, bro.
Yeah.
Welcome to America. Weather, the nastiest weather in the world, says Edward Leonards.
Yeah, it's strange, isn't it? I mean, you know, it's like us with the storm naming now, isn't it? I mean, we used to have storms a lot worse than this when we went to school, didn't we? It's glamorised now, I think, because it's the current news twist, isn't it?
Well, I think the storms we get now are worse and more frequent. Or more frequent, I think, anyway. But I think they're spread, because I was reading about this a while ago, they're more frequent, but they're also covering greater areas. Like, you might have had more localised storms when we were kids.
Yeah.
Because it was just normal storms, but now we're getting these big storms that are coming in from the Atlantic, sweeping across Northern Ireland and across our coast and working their way into sort of Denmark and places like that in Northern Europe. So they're getting bigger and they're getting more wide-ranging, lasting longer. I think is that because if you remember when we were kids and we had the big thing where Michael Fish missed that storm completely.
Oh, yeah. Someone says there's an hurricane coming. Yeah.
But the thing is, that was like once in the 1980s.
Yeah.
We've had 2 of them this year already.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like 2 last year. And yeah, they're just getting more frequent. We're all going to die, basically. So there you go. But hey.
The end of the day.
Yeah.
What'll be, will be. Mm-hmm. That's how I see it.
About all those dead trees in that field, Strata Strong makes a Tolkien reference and says, those poor ants. I don't do Lord of the Rings, so I assume I assume with my limited knowledge that's a Lord of the Rings reference.
Yeah.
I've got a backpack for this chap. Have I not prepared a backpack?
Oh, just as Si's gone, you're doing backpacks. Oh, what a shame. Because Si likes backpacks.
I didn't do his backpack. Oh, 52. Yeah, so, yeah, weather and climate's fascinating.
Oh, yeah, it's Mother Nature at her best, isn't it?
Mm. And I have to say, I will happily admit, that I've dropped my backpack. I'll happily admit that I am not averse to the odd bit of disaster porn, and I don't think most people are.
Yeah. We all see it, don't we, on the telly, and we're all like, I'm
going to sit and watch
there?
that.
Yeah.
Oh, look, breaking news story. I'll sit and watch that. None of us. We all rubberneck. My friend Nikki, who passed away earlier this year. she would have loved it right now, without sounding horrible. She really loved the disaster porn.
Oh, right,
she would have like been in her element right now, because she was like, she'll sit there and watch all the air crash investigation programs and all the programs about natural disasters and earthquakes and volcano. She was like, oh, disaster porn's great.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but isn't that why we watch all them disaster movies?
Yeah. It's like everybody goes on about, you know, I nearly said Jellystone then, Yellowstone and the super volcano under there, and what happens if that goes off.
Yes.
But what most people forget is that there's a super volcano in Italy.
Yeah.
Campi Flegrei, that's not quite as big, but still it would kind of wipe out a lot of life in Europe. If
That
it went
one in
off.
Iceland as well, isn't it?
I don't know if that's a super volcano there. That's just an annoying volcano.
No, the big one that they're all linked up to.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah, that's a point.
That's supposed to be pretty lively.
A super volcano. Yeah.
Apparently they all link up to this one big super one, and they're like, yeah, if that goes, start running. It's like, well, what's the point?
Yeah. They ain't going to go nowhere. Of course, let's not forget, of course, that if the current of warm water, that name I've forgotten, that flows up, is not the Gulf, might be the Gulf Stream.
The Gulf Stream.
Yeah, that comes up the west coast, east coast of America and across and down.
Yeah.
If that stops, we become like a glaciated Arctic
yeah,
wasteland.
we're back in the Ice Age, yeah.
Yeah, in this country. Have you ever seen that? I didn't know about this until recently, but have you ever seen that footage of the big storm that hit Britain in the 1950s, late 50s, early 60s?
Oh, what, the 63 snowstorm?
That's the one, yeah, where the whole country just like got frozen over for like a year or something,
Yeah.
like 6 months.
Yeah.
And like millions of people, well, they didn't really die, but you know.
Yeah, my mum often spoke about that because being very tiny, she said she could remember opening her front door and the imprint of the door was in the snow. And she's like, there is no way I am going to make it out of this house.
Yeah.
You know, she said it was pretty much to the bottom of the upstairs windowsills.
Because I remember watching a program that was talking about, you know, what happens. It was a documentary. It was talking about what happens if the Gulf Stream stops, and how that there's evidence to suggest at the moment that the process of it stopping is actually starting.
Yes.
And has been for about the last 10 or 15 years. And it was saying, you know, what would happen if it happened? Well, here's what happened in 1963. It'll probably be like this, but worse.
Yeah. I mean, the evidence is there. It is happening. I mean, we've had weird weather events, haven't we, ongoing? Yeah. So, yeah, you know, there's truth in the rumour. You know, it is there for all to see, but...
The funny thing gets me is, right, we tend to forget this in Britain. You know, that we look at all the nice continental weather in Europe, and you get all the nice south of France stuff and all this, and we think, yeah, we're part of that. That's us. We're nice and temperate.
Yeah.
What we seem to forget is that we're kind of at the same level as southern Canada.
Yeah.
And that if our normal climate would be like 5-foot snowdrifts most of the year, and
pretty much, yeah.
we'd be like Norway or Sweden, and we're just totally not equipped for that. If we were Canadian, we'd be like, and?
Yeah.
If we were like Norwegian, they'd be like, and?
Dude, in this town I live in, we've got the headquarters of the AA, Automobile Association.
Yeah.
Yet when we get a bit of snow, this town comes to a grinding standstill. Because the local authority just can't cope with it. And it's like, dude, put a bit of grit on the road. It ain't hard. But no.
But that's the scary thing, is that, you know, if that Gulf Stream did stop,
yeah,
and we became like a frozen wasteland, which we would, we'd be just like Canada in the depths of winter.
Dude, how cool would it be? Me and you get to go down the road on snowmobiles.
Oh, do you know what? No, what I'd hope is that, like, most people are leaving, it'd be like people like you and I be able to wander around and break into all the army bases and it'd be like end of the world stuff. We just wander around in big great coats.
We'd have the big great coats and the tennis rackets on our feet.
Yeah, great coats, and we'd have rifles that we didn't know how to use.
Pulling a sledge of goodies that we've pilfered from all the places on our trip.
Yep.
Mate.
Do you know what? I fully believe that if I was suddenly like the last person on Earth and I was all alone, and I'd be like, cool, now I can go and do things like, you know, I can go to Area 51 and I can, or whatever, you know, whatever I want to do.
Yeah.
I can go anywhere. You know what I'd do? I'd last a week. And do you know why I'd die?
Why?
Because I'd go and find an army base, I'd find a rifle, I'd get some ammunition, I'd fire it and blow my own hand off and die. Because I wouldn't know, because I wouldn't know what the hell I was doing. I'd put the wrong ammunition in it and I'd probably just blow myself up.
Yeah. Yeah, but the fun. The fun we could have, dude.
Yeah. See, this is why I like disaster porn, because you get to think, but forget for a minute that the moment you got sick you'd die, or that within a week you'd have toothache and then your life would be
It's like that film The Day After Tomorrow with what's his face in it, Dennis Quaid.
Yeah.
You know, it's that pretty much, you know, storms all around the world merge and it's basically a new ice age. That's the premise of the film. But when he goes out to look for his boy to rescue him, that's how I see me and Ju going out in the old snow with the tennis rackets, pulling the sledge. Me and Ju would probably get about 100 yards before we go, cool, I'm absolutely knackered. I need a kit now. But it would be a laugh.
Because to me it'd be like, yeah, it's great, you can do what you want, there's nobody else around. Oh, look, now all the tin food's gone off, we're going to starve to death. Bye.
Edward Leonard's got a question for you. He says, what size bases did you put the Gorilla Orc dildo butt figures that Forge World gave you with the gargantuan squig off Fox?
I used, I think, standard, what size are these ones? Standard 32mm bases.
Oh, there you go then.
I had to buy a load of bases, but standard 32mm.
Stratus Strong is a writer of over 30 stories. And I
remember him saying he's a story writer.
He would never write a character to tick a box. The only time he wrote in a lesbian couple was for shock factor. They were older and younger versions of the same person. And then he says later on, I wrote a story called Weather Forecast is Death, which is where my name comes from, about an intelligent cloud that takes over the world. Oh, wow, sounds interesting. Cool.
Yeah, there's something about putting characters in stories. It's like, I used to like writing stories and stuff. And
well, yeah, you did was it the cartoon animes and stuff? Was it that you did?
I did a comic strip for a while, but I used to write loads of stories just for fun. But it's one of those things that if you put a character in a story that has a particular trait. Then it's better to have that trait as incidental rather than the main reason for the character existing. So, for example, if you have a character who is black or gay or, I don't know, conservative or liberal or whatever that particular trait might be, to me it's always better if that character... almost as if that character trait is revealed at some point in the story later on, just incidentally, rather than actually being of any importance. I'm with you. Yeah, don't necessarily make a big thing out of it. Yeah, don't write a detective story about a gay detective. Write a detective story about a detective who just happens to be gay anyway, if that makes sense. Yeah, that kind of thing. So I always like characterizations where it's just all you care about is the story and the character, not really all the little nitty gritty things. Although having said that, there is a place for stories where that particular aspect of the character's personality, whatever it is important.
Yeah.
But it depends what you want to write. Do you want to write a story about that particular character trait for that person, or do you want to write a story with that person in it who happens to have that character trait? This headache needs to go away.
Yeah, you've been a bit ropey with that, haven't you? When did you last have your eyes tested, mate?
Well, it's going to be at least 2 years, for obvious reasons.
Same here, mate.
Yeah.
It's one of those, I know it's got to be done, but I kind of want medical stuff dealt with first, because...
Yeah, I kind of want the money in my account first for new glasses, but there you go.
Yeah, blurry vision is part of it, so...
I think it's more just these little clip-on lenses. I think I'm just out of practice.
Yeah, I find now, though, even to do streams and that, I've got my magnifiers on just to see the monitor.
Yeah.
And it's like,
So, yes, Edward, 32mm base. That's a 28mm base for little tiny things, but that's a 32mm. I just went on Amazon and bought, I think it was Amazon.
Yeah.
I think you can buy like bags of 100 bases on Amazon. If not, you can on eBay. I think I think it was on
yeah, there's quite a few places that sell them now, isn't there?
Bag O standard size.
I just want to see a video of the concentration he's got and how close he gets when he paints the poop shoot.
Never mind the poop shoot, it's the wedge.
Yeah, you know, is he going to get up close and personal when he's painting them? Because
I really don't know what to do about the squig wedge.
Yeah, are you going to wear your opti-visor?
It's big enough, I don't need that. It's more, what do I do? Do I just like ignore it and just paint it like the underbelly, or do I get...
Yeah, just sit there and just go, I'm not looking, but I'm painting this area around about here.
I've got my airy stick on his airy stick. You see what I did there?
I did, yeah.
You're impressed, weren't you? I love the way this commando has got, like, he's got his big backpack with like loads of shotgun rounds and loads of ammunition and bedroll and 2 tin cups on it.
Oh, it's got to be British then.
Yeah.
Got to be British.
Well, they're commandos, aren't they? You've got 2 tin cups hanging off the bottom of it, which I will, of course, have to paint white with the little blue stripe round the top.
Oh, yeah.
I think, actually, on the box art, they're actually painted that way. I'll have to check now. I don't know why that's the universal cover for enamelware tin cups, but...
Yeah, it's a definite colour scheme, isn't it?
I do like tea out of a tin cup. Where's the box?
Yeah, I've got my Motorhead one next door, the tin cup, and I must admit, there's something about a cup of tea out of a tin cup, isn't there?
Yeah. Because at the minute, the problem I've got is I've only got 2... When I make my tea, I don't like a normal cup because it's not enough tea. You can only have 1 tea bag, and I don't like tea when it's just 1. I've got used to having my big cups with 2 tea bags in.
Yeah.
Because it's a nicer, stronger flavour. So I've got my tin cup, which is, you know, about a normal cup and a half, and then I've got my big Batman mug, which is about a litre. That's too much. But the thing is, that tin cup, within about a week, it's got this black crust on the... It's like this black crust on the inside that's like... Oh, and I can't get it out. I don't know how you get that out of cups. It's like... And there's a big lump at the top at one point. I had to scrape it off. It's like, oh, from drinking tea.
Yeah, I tend to bleach mine. It's tea scuzz, isn't it?
Scuzz.
Happens to all your mugs, doesn't it, with tea? Just stains it. Makes you wonder what your insides are like. It's like,
I don't even want to think about what that's like. I'm sure I saw one of these that had a tin cup and it was like white. I must have seen it somewhere. Maybe it was on the website.
I'm sure it's on one of the backpacks, isn't it? Sure, there is a tin cup somewhere.
Oh yeah, but I've not seen one painted on the box. It must have been on one of the models on the website, maybe, where you can spin them round.
Yeah, I'd still paint it the obligatory colour myself.
Yeah, white enamelware with blue stripe.
Absolutely.
At the top. I'll have to paint some tea staining inside it because, of course, these orcs will drink nothing but tea.
Absolutely, and it's going to be Barry's tea.
Absolutely.
But yeah, you've got to have a bit of a ring in there, haven't you?
Steady. All around my arse.
Yeah, I watched that again the other day.
Did you? Oh, do you know what I saw the other day? It was. Do you remember the Mr. Chubbly Warner videos? And they used to stand there and say, "Today we're going to have a charming and witty video about such and such."
Yeah.
And the little fireside chats. I saw a video the other day, and I didn't know what it was at first, and I thought it was one of the actual videos.
Yeah.
It was basically a video made by some synagogue down south somewhere. And it was like the such and such guide to synagogue etiquette.
Oh, right, yeah.
But these guys, they'd basically recreated the Mr. Chumley Warner style film, but teaching it about synagogue etiquette. Like, seriously teaching you how to behave in synagogue, in temple. And it was actually really well done. Because at one point they had, like, you walk in and there's some guy there sat in your regular chair and there's like, "I say, chap, that's my chair. Oh, sorry, chap." And at one point they say, don't, the rabbi's giving a long speech and there's a guy sat there and there's an urchin sat next to him, like a kid with like a 1930s suit and a big flat cap. It's all done in 1930s style. Yeah. And the kid's talking, so this man comes up and just starts pointing like that as if to give a lecture, and the kid just walks off. And it was like, it wasn't as funny, but it was really. I thought I can't not give them points for.
Oh,
they they had all the little jump cuts and stuff, and it was like, okay, you've done quite well there.
Oh, they were brilliant. I loved it when he done the old Mr. Chumley Warner. Hello there, Grayson. Today, Mr. Chumley Warner.
Today, Mr. Whatever is going to give us a witty and charming film about the etiquette of going to synagogue. What have you got for us today? Today, I have a charming and witty film about the etiquette of going to synagogue.
Yeah.
But it was quite funny. It was quite funny. Oh, sniffles.
Oh,
I finished a dude.
oh, you're good.
It's 3 dudes I finished today.
Oh, I
I
am
can't
impressed.
tape this to the guy's base though, because I don't want to damage his. He's got a string of bullets coming off his weapon.
Oh, Neris.
Nerich, Daddy Nerich. I'll have to wrap it up carefully.
Yeah.
I don't want to damage his sticky out bit. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
I'm
What are you doing?
putting a
What are you
bit
doing?
of Starship Phase sludge
Ooh,
in
That's-
between some floor panels.
that seems like a not contractually infringing product name.
Yeah. Phase sludge.
Yeah.
I know.
It's now called Starship Grime. I'm like, really?
Yeah, it's like,
Well, it gets out of the copyright issues.
gets out of the hole, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit.
Other names may have been chosen since.
Yeah. Starship filth.
But it's the thing
not
is,
got
I've
the
had
word-
these for ages and you barely use any, really.
I actually got out for the first time the other day, or for the first time in a long time. I got an oil brusher out and then put it back again because I decided it wasn't really worth it.
Yeah, that's what that is,
gonna
oil
use it.
brusher. Starship base sludge. It's there.
Well, I wanted to make a little wash, so I got the little brush out and put some in the pot, and I was getting so little out, and screw it, I'll just get a tube of paint.
Yeah.
I was trying to use it in the way it wasn't meant to be used, but
And it's funny, though, how we all went through that Starship filth stage. And when's the last time you used Starship filth?
oh god, I can't remember. Because the thing is, it's like I used to use it all the time, and then I suddenly started realising that I can do it with enamels.
Yeah.
Like streaking grimes, I can use them the same way, and it's a lot less effort, and
Yeah.
they dry really fast. Like when I'm doing that tank, it's like I went round with my streaking grime, and I can do a streaking grime pin wash post shading, put it on, clean it up, hair dryer it, move on to the next bit, and it's done
Yeah.
within a few hours.
Yeah.
I can varnish it the next day. Chat stopped. I'm not in live chat. Ooh, hello, body functions.
I don't know.
Doot, 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 doot.
Yeah,
Did we?
my,
Oh, we
my
did do.
chat hasn't scrolled for ages.
No, I redid bench and belly earlier on, but I don't know if anybody actually answered it. Panzer Cat ages ago. Remember when I was saying about how Martin Novak at Night Shift
Yeah.
churns out these videos, really high quality builds, and I was like, how does he do it? And Panzer Cat says Fox Night Shift does models as his business. Ah,
Oh, really? Interesting factoid.
See, I do mine as a business. It's just I've not actually done the business part until the last couple of builds.
Yes.
Dan Kramer says he's never heard of Night Shift. I have to look it up. Yeah, I like his stuff, Martin Novak.
Oh, there's some talented people out there, mate.
He's got one of them voices that you're just happy to listen to, whatever he's doing.
Yeah. Honestly, I look at some of the work out there and it makes you want to pack your bench away, but... And this is what I love about this hobby, is you get people with so many different skill levels all in the same hobby, and I love that. I really do, because it's the next generation. You can see where this hobby's going to be in 10 years, can't you? And it fascinates me.
I think to one of your noises earlier on, Rabbit says that was more Wookiee than Spider Pig.
Well, I am half man, half Wookiee.
Half man, half sandwich. Right, where am I up to?
I mean, you think when we came back into it, the amount of weathering stuff that was available that we didn't have originally was phenomenal.
It blew my mind. I mean, when I first got my bits down from, if you pardon the expression, got my bits down from the loft and built that AMT snow speeder that had been up there for like 20 years.
Yeah.
I was brush painting it with Tamiya paints, and I didn't know what the hell I was doing. I was just doing whatever I was doing 20 years before.
Yeah.
Bit of a black. I for some reason I actually had some Tamiya weathering powders, and don't quite know why.
He had some black Tamiya weathering powders, folks. Strata Strong says, in model making, there's one thing I don't get. Why do model people put rust on spaceships when there is no oxygen to make it rust in space? That's a good question.
Well, you could have two reasons. It might be a space vessel that also does in-atmosphere flight.
Yeah, could land on planets and
your Millennium Falconums, perhaps. So a lot of Star Wars vehicles, for example, they're atmospheric and spacecraft as well. So, but technically, yeah, there shouldn't be any rust in a space vehicle that's permanently in space all the time. If I was painting a vehicle that was always in space, always and never on in weather, I wouldn't rust it. But if it's like if you do a Millennium Falcon or something like that,
yeah, if it's something like out of Mandalorian where things are landing on different planets and there's water environments and condensation and all of that lot, then there's going to be some kind of atmospheric corrosion.
That was the challenge I had when I did my Eagle Transporter. Was that I wanted to weather it. Yeah. But of course, there's no rain on the moon. But theoretically, I could have said, well, sometimes they land on other planets. Yeah. So, but then I was like, yeah. So in the end, I didn't do any rust on it. I don't think I just gave it lots of like. If I remember rightly, I tried to just suggest that kind of grey regolith dust effect on it.
I think it was like moon dust, wasn't it? Type thing, wasn't it?
I mean, you could get away with it on an Eagle Transporter because they land on planets and stuff. But yeah, so
do you still miss her?
I still miss her. Edward Lennon comes up with the best answer because it looks good.
I like his thinking. Can always rely on Edward.
Rabbit says, why do people rust the crap out of Machine and Krieger suits when, according to the law, they're made of a tungsten carbide alloy that doesn't corrode? Why do people weather their Stingray classic sports cars with rust when they're made out of what is it, fiberglass?
I wasn't going to go there. Cheers, mate.
I think the thing is that especially the Machine and Krieger, if you didn't do more rusted and weathered, they just look boring.
Yeah, it's one of them, isn't it? I think it's personal preference, isn't it?
It's like the classic thing if you go to a model show and you see a table with a load of Spitfires lined up on the table from a local modelling club, and they're all just like base coat, maybe a bit of a panel line wash, and that's it. Or you get one that's base coat and then it's got some light weathering to suggest it's actually a vehicle that's been used. I think the used one, the vehicle that's slightly weathered, much more interesting, because it's that's why I like shiny sports cars and motorbikes don't interest me, because it's just paint gloss done. It's boring to me, that.
Unless, of course, you put one in a crash environment.
Well, yeah.
But again, not many builders do that, and that surprises me. You don't see. The only one I saw was someone had done a Formula One car crash thing.
Yeah.
You know, and that was pretty good, because the way they had done it was mid-crash, the parts of the car were getting knocked off, like the suspension and that, so it was in motion. And it was really cleverly done, but yeah.
Edward Leonard says about Machine and Krieger, my law says it's cast metal, says Edward Leonard. I think the thing with Machine and Krieger is that I think 99% of people that make Marquet models don't know anything about Marquet models. They just know they're cool looking. See, I don't know anything about Machine and Krieger at all. I know the basics. It's based on a made up property that never, it was just made up.
Absolutely.
Like a thing. But I wouldn't know anything about the actual specifics.
Absolutely. Larry Russo's off saying good night. Oh, good night, Larry. We'll be coming off.
Take care, Larry.
We'll be coming off shortly anyway. We said that a while back, but yeah. Look at coming off at 4 p.m., 4 a.m. even, UK time.
Edward Lennon says he actually spreads Tamiya Basic putty on his Marquet to make it seem like cast iron with my fingers.
Oh, nice.
If you watch Lincoln Wright, no, not Lincoln Wright. Well, he might do it as well. If you watch Martin Novak, Night Shift, again, when he makes his World War II tanks. He likes to get sometimes, on like World War II tanks, you had the cast iron turrets that were just single or two-piece casts. And they had that kind of slight dimply texture, like it's a big chunk of cast steel or iron.
Yeah.
And he gets the Mr. Leveling thinners and thins them down and stipple the primers, the filler primer.
Yeah, yeah.
Or it might just be the fillers, I'm not sure. And he thins it down and stipples it on. And it has this wonderful, ever so slight texture to it to suggest it's that like single piece, like on a Sherman you get that single piece cast iron or steel,
I'm with you.
Turret. It's really good, that.
Oh, there's some brilliant techniques out there, isn't there?
The official answer I got from Lincoln Wright was, "Shut up, we're trying to sell weathering products." Well, yeah.
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 That's
like the classic. That's like the classic. So, Debbie McGee, what was it about millionaire Paul Daniels that first attracted you to him?
I just think if you want to paint your kit in a particular way, just paint it how you want.
Yeah.
It's a difficult one with Warhammer, because I suppose if you're going to play the game, it has to be a particular way to make it playable. But
no, not at all.
Really, that surprised me, because I've had people sort of say, "Oh, yeah, for it to be tabletop, you've got to adhere to certain stuff."
No, you've got to. You can kind of paint stuff. It depends what you're making. I mean, you can kind of paint stuff however you want, but you would have to play it as a certain faction. So if you've got like a, let's hang on. Let me just stop copyright. There you go. That's 2 hours. Have you done a standy up bit?
Yeah, I'm going to now, mate.
All right. You let's say you make up your own Space Marine chapter and you call them the Raging Farts or whatever.
Yeah.
And they're brown with gold trim and a pink helmet or whatever. I don't know, make it up. You can make up whatever fluff and lore you want about them, but you'd have to play them as an existing chapter, because each chapter would have its own rule set.
Right.
So, like Silver Templars may play and have certain rules, and Ultramarines might have certain different rules, and Emperor's Children, or not Emperor's Children, I don't know, whatever. Different factions will have different rules and things that they can use.
Yeah.
So you can't just make up a chapter and make up rules. You have to say, it's my made up chapter called the Space Farts, but I'll play them as Ultramarines, so they use the Ultramarines rule set. But you can paint whatever you want. It doesn't matter. But you have to use an existing rule set. So you could paint your orcs as pink with blue armour and frilly feathered hats if you want. But you'd still have to say, but they just play like normal orcs. But you have to, when you build them, you have to build them a certain way. So you can't build a tank with 15 turrets and then say it's a tank with 15 turrets, because there's no rules for a tank with 15 turrets.
Yeah.
So you'd be like, it's got 15 turrets on it, but it just plays like a normal Baneblade with one turret.
Yeah, that would be. That would be an interesting one. Turn up somewhere with that, wouldn't it?
Yeah. But a lot of people do that. I mean, a lot of people will just paint an existing chapter because they say, "I like this chapter. It's got a rule set. I like this. I like the Silver Templars, or the Grey Knights or whatever. I like the look of their armor. I'll play that rule set and I'll paint them like that." But then some people think, "I'll make up my own," but then they'll choose a rule set that they like, and they'll say, "Well, I've made up this colour scheme, but I'm going to play them as Silver Templars." So then the person you're playing can go in and look up the rules for certain. It's so they can make sure you're playing the right rules, basically.
Of course, you'd have to be wanting to build a gaming table and all of that lot, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I mean,
obviously I'm not going to do.
I don't think I know anybody that wants to build a gaming table, to be perfectly honest. More than all of it. I could be wrong, I don't know. There's no Steel Legion in 9th edition. I just pulled that name out my ass. I didn't, It's also the reason I brush paint them with Mr. Hobby Stinky Paint, says Edward, because they will start melting into each other because the thinner reactivates the paints and then they blend. Aye. Ooh. What time are we on? I won't start a new one now.
Yeah, we'll be coming off air shortly.
Yeah, aye. I need to go and rest my thrumpy brain.
Yeah, your headache. That's definitely
I think it's probably it.
Do you have the yellow lenses that I use when you're working under bright lights?
Yeah. I think it's probably just eye strain.
Might want to give
I think
yourself
it's
a set, mate. Give them a try.
I could do, but do they do the magnifyings?
No, you can wear them over the top of your flip-up magnifiers, though.
Oh, okay, that's all right. I don't know if it might be that. It could just be the strain of looking at tiny things when I'm out of practice.
Yeah. Are you varifocal glasses?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It could just be that I need new glasses.
Yeah, I think I've said this to you before, but when you do your OptiVisor lenses, don't have your prescription glasses on. But trouble is with these flip-ups, you've got no choice but.
Yeah, you can. need your glasses on for that.
Certainly when I'm doing OptiVisor stuff, I take my prescription glasses off.
Yeah, I mean, it could be. I've been using, I've been doing a lot of enamel works over the last few days, so it could have been.
Yeah, you've had a lot of close-up work, ain't you, on that tank, ain't you?
Well, I'm thinking more just having the thinners there, because obviously I've got a little thing of thinners going while I'm doing me streaking and stuff. It could be that.
Oh, you don't have a little fan going to try and waft the humidge away, no?
Well, I only have like a little tiny bit of the thinners in a little thing like that, so I never thought of it before, but I'm thinking now maybe have a few millilitres in there that I can. Could be that, I suppose.
Yeah, could be.
Could be. But that wasn't today. I've not done that today, so.
Yeah, if you've got that under your old nostrils or for a long period, so it's like, you wouldn't have an open bottle of Mr. Leveling thinner, would you? You know what I mean? Because you're going to get it.
No.
So it could be that.
No. Could be. Could be. Next thing I've got to build is I've got one more commando to build, and then I've got to make my commando grot.
Oh.
And then I can make my bomb squig.
Bomb squig. You know you
Bomb
want
squig.
it.
Which is basically a squig that's got bombs tied to him and bombs in his mouth.
He's brilliant, isn't he?
Yes, he's just so adorbs.
Yeah. Not as adorbs as the one on the little flat one on the squig buggy, but...
Oh no, the little flat landmine squig.
He's up there with the squig I've got with a wheel on the back. He's brilliant.
Oh god, yeah. That is the cutest squig, the little flat one.
Oh, he's brilliant, isn't he?
He's the cutest squig of all.
Yeah. Right, I suppose we better wrap up for the day then. Let everyone get off to bed.
Yes, I must go and go to bed, I think.
Yeah. I've stood up for a bit, but I think I need to go and put myself in my massage chair.
The funny thing is, with my weird messed up sleep schedule, I've only been awake for like 12 hours.
Yeah.
But I'm yawning my head off. But if I go to bed now, I won't sleep.
You're not going to sleep? No.
But if I don't go, but I'm sitting there yawning my head off like I'm really tired.
Yeah.
So my brain's messed up at the
That's a good tip. Retro Rabbit says that he uses a crappy paintbrush to stipple on Mr. Surfacer 1000 for that cast texture on his MAK suits. Good idea.
Yep.
Yeah. Wendy Hickson saying bye-bye and good night, everyone. I hope you all have sweet dreams. Take care, be safe and look after yourselves. Big hugs.
Aye.
Hugs to you, Wendy. Take care, my darling. So, folks, massive thanks for keeping me and Fox company.
Yep. Massive thanks to you, Colin, for having me on your show.
Mate, you're the co-host, mate. Glad to have you about, mate. Don't forget, if you want to help support the channel, you can do on patreon.com Festa67's workshop, or click the join button below any of me video content. You could also support Fox over at patreon.com/modelmakingguru.
Hello.
Click the join button below any of his content, and that will give you access to the Zoom off-air 24/7 hangout, where you can come in, chat with everyone else, and you also get a chance to catch up with me and Fox away from the YouTubes.
And I'm planning next week at some point to do my part work building that I need to catch up with, so I might do that exclusively in the Zoom hangout.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've been
for patrons and members.
I've been filming the e-models build whilst in the Zoom hangout, so all the Zoomers get to have a sneak peek. Yeah. So.
Well, I need to get my part work stuff built because I've got
absolutely. So a big massive thanks to Fox.
Thank you.
We'll see you sometime on Sunday for the Warhammer Sunday.
Yep.
Me and Dave will be back for the Sunday brunch, so keep an eye out for that. And we'll see you on the next one, folks.
Take care, everyone.
Take care. Stay safe. Bye-bye.
Big hugs. Big hugs, like and subscribe.